Hello. Set me up. One of the guys need to go
renewal.
Gauteng, as a neighbor, Gauteng. As a host province, that voice is too low. Gauteng. Vrystaat. Northwest. Where is the stepchild, my lord? Northwest. West Cap. Western Cape. Western Cape. Western Cape. Hayi andiniboni madoda. Andiniboni into zakuthi. Okay. Dala Oma. Vescus. West Coast. Overbeck. Boland. Central Karoo. Southern Cape. Western Cape. Okay. What have I left? What have I left? Okay.
will enable you to download documents. Siyazwana. The stand there, in terms of the stand of the branch of your province, there is a QR code. It will enable you to download all the documents of the General Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, comrades. We're starting our proceedings of the National General Council of the ANC. This National General Council ideally should have been mid-term. In the Constitution is written as 30 months from the National Conference. But the NEC took a decision to give space for the G20 to proceed uninterrupted and have the NGC in December. And we're compelled to have the NGC, comrade, because in 2020, mid-term of the last term, we didn't have the NGC. It was at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we didn't have the NGC. Our apologies, Moses. So today, we're having the NGC. What we're expecting from all of you is maximum contribution to the discussion. Say what you want to say here and today, but we're going to ensure that there is discipline in expressing our views. Now, in the run-up to this NGC, there are many things that have happened. There are many things that are said about the NGC. I can assure you, anything that is not prescribed by the Constitution of the ANC for the NGC is not going to happen. Thank you. Okay. You may move. You may move. Mfundisi Mayana. Ubumfundisi Mayana. Yes, mfundisi. Umfundisi Mayana nomfundisi umsunkutu. Bazasikhokela umthandazo. Basikhokele kwi-exercise yolayita amakhandlela. And in that process, like Amakandlela, siza observe a moment of silence for many people who passed on. And Amakandlela signifies something different. Fundi.
Enkosi Chairperson, may I take this opportunity to greet the President and the collective in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ. On behalf of our Chaplain General, Dr. Mutsile, I am here to introduce Utata, who is also part of the National Chaplaincy, to pray for us and also conduct the commemoration of 16 days of activism against women and children. Over to you, Tatu Mehane.
May we bow our heads in prayer. We come before you in many ways. We come before you in many names. Some they call you Allah. Some they call you Vishnu. Some they call you Mudimo. Some they call you Mvelingange. Some they call you with 4 letters in the tetragrammaton that leads us to say to you, you are Yahweh. You are Jehovah, you are the Elohim. You are the El Shaddai. Some calls you Krishna, some they call you Prophet Muhammad. Some they call you Jesus Christ. Some they call you Mudzimu. Some they call you Zimu Kakaramba ye Kakaramba. Some they call you Shikwembu Tatanawayina. Some they call you Kamada. By so doing, we prostrate before you through this act of invocation to you as the divine creator. As we start this NGC, confess that we have failed in many ways to fulfill the promises we gave to this nation. We acknowledge before you that we did not do what you called us to do. Instead, we did things which we were not supposed to do. For that, we call on your forgiveness. That don't hide your face from this National Congress. Journey with us as you have done more than 100 years ago. Lord, be with us. We humble call on you, not to leave nor forsake us. We call on you at this time that your people are facing many challenges, but yet you have given us an opportunity to lead this society. Let us not be complacent about that. Let us bow down before you and call on you to make us your servants that will serve your people. Forgive us, Lord, that we started by wanting to lead before wanting to serve. Change our hearts in this NGC so that we don't get into struggles of leadership, but we get into the queue of being your servants. Forgive us, Lord, and give us another chance, because we know that the times of your forgiveness but because of your miraculous acts of love and care for your people, you came once more and gave us this miracle that led to the establishment of the government of national unity. We give thanks to you because for that act, you stabilized this country. Thank you, Holy Creator. We give thanks to you for the elders of this movement, that some are with us and are here to share with us their experiences and to give us counsel as to how we move forward to continue to lead your people. We give thanks to you, Lord, that you have given us ability to be able to be noticed as a force to be reckoned with by the world. That we were able, Lord, to host the G20. That the whole world looked upon us, but yet again, you were with us. We give thanks to you, Lord. Thank you for that. We now intercede. We intercede for this leadership collective. This leadership especially led by this your servant Cyril Ramaphosa. We call upon you to give him perseverance, give him the ability to focus. He is not the first one to lead this movement. We have seen before. Make him to understand that not all will always agree with him. When Mafuguzela Dube led, there were those who did not agree with all what he did. When Sefako Makgato led, there were those who did not agree with everything he did. When Reverend Mahabane led, there were those who did not agree with him. When Josiah Gumede led, there were those who did not agree with him always. When Kuma led, there are those who still did not agree with him in everything. When Dr. Moroga led, there are those also did not agree with him, all things. When Father Chief Lutuli led, there were those who did not agree with him in everything. When Father Tambo led, there's still those, even in exile, they did not agree with him in all what he did. When Mandela led, there were still those who did not agree with him in all what he did. When Thabo Mbeki led, there's still those who did not agree with him when he led. When Zuma led, there are still those who did not agree with him when he led. Now is this young man before you who's leading this organization. He cannot expect that everybody will agree with him on what he does. We come before you, Lord, and say, here is this NGC. We are at the halfway of the mandate that your people gave this leadership. Be our God. We call upon you, Lord, that we pray for this national dialogue. That yes, indeed, it must happen, so that we hear the cries of your people and the lament of the nation as to what it is the country that would like to have. Here I now commend this NGC unto you. Let it be peaceful. Let it be robust. Let your people engage constructively. Let us experience the festival of ideas that will make this ANC to go stronger and stronger. We call on you to say shame to those who think that it has come to the end. But show them that you are the God who you did in 1912 at the altar in Bloemfontein, and you blessed this organization. But by so doing, make us to be humble and never to be complacent. As much as we know that we are not worthy of the chances that you give to us all the time, because your people are hungry, because your people are still experiencing inequalities, because your people are still unemployed, because your people are languishing in something that is not worthy of our promise. But come and be within this NGC. Lead it under the leadership of this leadership. And we pray that as we come before you in faith, indeed, you shall hear our prayers and be our God. We call on all these things in the name of the great and divine Creator, now and forevermore. Amen. We will now light the candle to remember the scourge that faces our nation. The scourge of gender-based violence, especially this time of 16 days of activism. We will be more calling on man to come and light these candles. As they come, they must carry the conviction that says, it will not happen in my name. As we invite the President and the members of the officials to come and join us to light these candles. We light the candles for the hope that in the name of the Creator we'll be able to deal with this scourge. I will also call the Mama Tolashe to come up, and we will participate in this ceremony.
We are now giving the President and the Executive the candles to light in the name of Jesus. The President of the Women's League, Umama Utolashe, is also here. Our Deputy President, Utata Upol Mashatile, our Secretary General, Utata Umbalula, our TG, Umama Uramuhupa, our first DSG, Umama Unomvula Mukwanyane, our second DSG, Umama Uramuhupa, are also here. I also want to invite the President of the Veterans League to come forth, the President of the Youth League and the Secretary of the Youth League to come forth. Yes, sir. Veterans League is coming, Utata Usnuki Zigalala.
Thank you very much, the chaplain.
Utata Usnugi Zigalala, the President of the Veterans League, our President of the Youth League, Utatu Colin Malachi. Can we have the SG of the African National Congress Women's League? Ungaba. Amen. Magabo balibongwe. Can we please have the SG of the Veterans League? Amanda. Simbizile. Is the SG of the Youth League here? Siamtela upi. Oh, nanku. Tata. Amen. Amen.
Can I proceed? Tell you, Mom, it's in the Can I proceed?
Okay, I'm being corrected here. We are requested to call the presidents of the African National Congress Women's League. Mabeze, all the 8 provinces, Malibongwe Women's League, Siani. Oh, the ANC, sorry. All the ANC chairpersons. Hi, the Women's League, Matota. Can we please call the chairpersons of the ANC? Sicela ukubiza umkhonto wesizwe wethu uze phambili. Amen. Then I will give over to our president of the Women's League to take over.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the chaplaincy of the African National Congress led by Bishop Meane. May you also please call the president of SANCO to come forward. All the leader of alliance components, Communist Party, the president of the COSATU that is here, all 9 provincial chairpersons of the African National Congress, can you please come forward? Comrades, we don't have time. Can we make it a little bit snappy? All 9 provincial chairpersons of the ANC, can you please come forward? The president of SANCO, the president of COSATU, the leader of Umkhonto Wesizwe Wethu. Comrades, can we please proceed now? To the national chairperson of the African National Congress, Comrade Gwede Mantashe, the officials of the ANC, the president of the ANC, Dada Matamela, the NEC members of the ANC, the leaders of the mass democratic movement, our leaders and our partners, the excellencies that are here today, all the branches and the structures of the ANC in South Africa, Sanbonani, Dada Mayana and the president of the ANC, indeed. Comrades, chairpersons, can you make it snappy, please? Provincial chairpersons of the ANC, provincial chairpersons and the convener of the PTTs, can you please come forward? The president of SANCO, the leader of the Communist Party, Umkhonto Wesizwe Wethu. Can you all have our candles on the hand, please, comrades? Can we make it snappy? And we are now proceeding, comrades. As I've greeted the national chairperson of the ANC, Comrade Gwede Mantashe, the chaplains of the African National Congress led by Bishop Meane, the NEC of the ANC, the leader of the alliance, the leaders of the mass democratic movement, the excellencies and our partners that are here today, distinguished guests, our structures, the ANC Women's League, the Youth League, all structures of our organization, the glorious movement that are here today, Sanbonani. Indeed, comrades, gender-based violence and femicide is a war against women and children. And this is why we thank the president of the ANC and the Republic for classifying the gender-based violence femicide as a national disaster. Comrades, we give a round of applause to the President Cyril Ramaphosa to take this drastic step and declare the scourge. Comrades, a national disaster means that will be tasked for all of us as an organization and its partners to come up with programs for us to be able to do something in fronting and confronting gender-based violence. We, by the end of this National General Council, we will have committed everybody under the roof for all of us to go back and not only talk about gender-based violence and femicide, but do something drastic about it. Comrades, you are lighting these candles because we are committing our leadership here today to go back home and start from home to know that umfazi, umntwana, umama akabethwa. Sisuka la namhlanje siqonde sazi siyokushumayela ukuthi it is a sin and a crime ukuphakamisa isandla kumama, kwintombazana, kumntwana oyintombazana. Comrades, sisono esingaxolelekileyo ukuzithathela ngendluzulu to rape omama amantombazana. Today we want this NGC to commit that it is taking it upon itself for all of us to be in the forefront to fight the scourge and make sure that we are part of those who will be accounted to be fearless in confronting gender-based violence. We see this skewed arrangement, Comrade President, in front of us, that everybody that is standing before us, majority are males, unfortunately. And this is why we call upon them, males as they are, but they are leaders of our glorious movement. Follow President Ramaphosa to be brave enough and confront gender-based violence. We've spoken about it, comrade, but now we are calling upon that our leaders in particular must do something about it. Comrades, we are not wanting to see it in papers. We want you to see you on the streets, in the villages, leading the forces that will be saying gender-based violence is a crime and therefore something must be done about it. Today, in the declaration of this National General Council of the ANC, would want to see this NGC coherently to say, not only we know, not only we said something, but from today you are going to be counted along with those who have done something in fighting the scourge. We are happy that our president have led us as the ANC, the mass democratic movement, and the country. And now we are now expected to follow and make sure that we put in a contribution and a meaningful one, and that will make an impact in what we are facing, which is gender-based violence and femicide. Thank you so much, Comrade President, for really making sure that you lead from the front in making sure that even when opportunistic tendencies wanted to grab and run with what is a pain to South African women and progressive forces, but you assisted us to say it belongs here. This is the family that knows that women have a right themselves to be part and parcel of this South Africa, and peace shall be the order of the day. Comrades, thank you so much for allowing us for this opportunity. By the 8th of March in 2026, we'll see all 9 provinces under your leadership, Matamela. These comrades that are standing in front of all of us, they will be consolidating their program in their respectful provinces, in doing something meaningful, in making sure that they are in the forefront to fight gender-based violence and femicide. In those few words, we thank the opportunity, national leadership, and our chaplainship. Kakhulu kakhulu, sibonga wena mongameli, ngobugxathu obubonakalisileyo ukuthi uphakamisa isandla ukhokhele ngaphambili uthi ilizwe lonke malihambe nawe lilwe indluzula yokuhlukunyezwa komama nabantwana. Gone are the days, comrades, when you are called by the name of the ANC, you will be allowed to embark off gender-based violence. We are calling upon all of us to make sure that now we change the gear and make sure that we all do something about it. I thank you very much, Chair.
Bona Yeswela kowe etokole elizonoza alo ngaito bingomboya akho uze wose sapho. It's a United Nations color in the declaration. They are now being given the color that has been declared by the United Nations. Thank you very much. We may now request the leaders, after they've received their gear, to go back to their places. And we switch off our candles. Thank you very much.
Mall. No. Go up there, no ball. Comrades, Molo Burkhalima, I will Molo Burkhalima. Shall no see Yabo Mamelani Mastelu Panyaza Asamgen Panyaza. I'm getting wounded.
Amandla. Viva the African National Congress. Viva. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Rikwala. Long live. Ripilele President Ramaphosa. Ripilele President Ramaphosa. Ripilele. Phansi nge-AfriForum. Phansi nge-AfriForum. Phansi. Phambili nge-African National Congress. Phambili nge-Alliance. Phambili. Aluta. Niyabasabana. Thank you so much, National Chair. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa and all former presidents of our movement and our country. I want to acknowledge members of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress and our leagues, all our alliance partners present, the leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe Liberation War veterans, and all our international guests, Chaplain, and representative for various religious movements, fellow delegates. On behalf of our structures in Gauteng, in particular our branches, and the Provincial Alliance structure, and the broad mass democratic movement in Gauteng, we feel truly honored to welcome you to the province that is the custodian of the mortal remains of our leaders. It is here that we are taking care of Comrade Oliver Tambo. It is here that we are taking care of the remains of Comrade Chris Hani, Joe Slovo, Solomon Mahlangu, Walter Sisulu, Albertina Sisulu, Comrade Betha Qowa, and many other leaders that have fallen. Comrade President, sadly, here in our province at this moment, the soil is soaked in blood after the brutal killing of 12 people in Sosville in Tshwane. We also had the brutal killing of Witness D in Brakpan and the killing of the chairperson of the Alexander Taxi Association. 2 weeks ago, the principal and the clerk at the school in Engliweni were also brutally killed in our school premises. We come to you, President, to request that we send a very strong message to criminals. Their time is over and they must leave us. We can't allow our country to face this high number of crimes and high number of kidnappings and killings almost on a daily basis. As we join our women and our children in rejecting those that continue to kill them, we also want to urge that criminals must now stop killing our people. Comrade President, we also gather here to plan for the future. If we are not careful about this future, the children and the youth that need to own this future might not be there, as majority of our children are going through difficulties of drugs. These drugs are killing our children and are killing our youth. And we need to put an end to this because they stand a better chance to wipe up an entire nation. Comrades, as we welcome you here, let this NGC be the real turning point for the glorious movement of our people and the continent. As we welcome you here, we do so, knowing very well that the 5th National General Council of the ANC will be characterized by debates and discussions that will once more cement the role of the ANC as the parliament of the people. Like we did, Comrade President, with G20 delegates, we remain proud and ready to lay the red carpet for all of you, the delegates of the 5th NGC of the ANC. It was in 1987 in Arusha, in Tanzania, when President O.R. Tambo said, and I quote, "Millions of our people are committed to carry out the task of freeing themselves. What they require of us, their liberation movement, is that we organize, we mobilize, and we lead them into a continuous assault on the apartheid regime," end of quote. We hope this is the same spirit that will prevail in this NGC. Once more, comrades, we wholeheartedly, on behalf of the provincial task team of the ANC, welcome you home here in Gauteng. Asina mona, asina nzondo, siyayidumisa i-ANC. You are all welcome, comrades. Thank you.
Undiphoxile ke Panyas. Undiphoxe kakhulu. Benizawuqala ngokuthi hoyi hoyi kangothi. Okay. Makasicele upresident asinike political overview yale NGC now. Kanifake ingoma nemphakamisi. Zabalazo. Watanwa. Inkulu phone yakho.
Amandla. Amandla. Viva ANC, viva. Viva ANC, viva. Viva COSATU, viva. Viva SACP, viva. Viva Sanko, viva. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Forward with the ANC Youth League, forward. Forward with the ANC Veterans League, forward. Mandla. National Chairperson, Comrade Gwede Mantashe. Members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, Siaparangwe, Mayor Sophie de Bruyn, former president and deputy presidents of the African National Congress, the leadership of the ANC Veterans League, the Women's League, the ANC Youth League, representatives of MK Liberation War veterans, representatives and leaders of the Alliance and the Democratic Movement, and comrades from our sister liberation movements from neighboring countries and other organizations, delegates and comrades, I greet you all. It is indeed an honor to present the political report to the 5th National General Council of the African National Congress. As we gather here, let us remember the stalwarts, the leaders and cadres of our movement who have passed away since we met at the 55th National Conference in December 2022. The senior members of our movement who passed away during this time, including former Deputy President David Mabuza, Mama Gertrude Shope, Comrade Frini Jinwala, Tito Mboweni, Member TC Mladlana, Praveen Godan, Comrade Violet Siwela, Professor Sibusiso Bengu, Chris Mahlako, Aziz Pahad, Isop Pahad, Lungi Kabashe, Tina Jomat Peterson, and Natim Tetwa, among others who were leaders at the national level. There are many others who also passed away, who were leaders at provincial, regional, and branch level. We pay tribute to these gallant freedom fighters. To honor their lives and contribution, we should continue the struggle to which they dedicated their lives. May we show our respect and rise and observe a moment of silence in their memory and in their honor. Thank you, comrades. It is quite hot here, and we have asked that they should open the air conditioners at full blast. So we apologize for the heat that is being generated here. And to the media, the heat is not being generated by difficult debates and discussions. It's just the inability of the air conditioners to work at full blast. Comrades, this year marks the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, which declared that our country would not grow and our people would not prosper until all of us live in a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. The fulfillment of the aspirations set out in the Freedom Charter remains the central objective of the National Democratic Revolution. The NEC declared on 8th January this year as the year of renewal to make the ANC a more effective instrument of the people to achieve the vision of the Freedom Charter, that the people shall govern, the people shall share in the country's wealth. The NGC-based document that will be presented here and will form a central part of our discussions to this NEG further summarizes the vision of the National Democratic Revolution correctly as being the creation of the National Democratic Society with the following attributes: a united, capable, and ethical developmental state based on the will of the people, regardless of race, sex, belief, language, ethnicity, or geography, incorporating representative, participatory, and deliberative elements so that the people shall govern. Another attribute is about improving quality of life for all through access to affordable, quality basic services, equal rights and human dignity, and broad opportunities for every citizen. An inclusive, transformed, and thriving economy that offers decent livelihoods to all, including restoring the birthright of all South Africans to access land, the nation's wealth, finance, and other resources within a growing, integrated African continental economy. A nation with a common identity as an African country underpinned by non-racialism, non-sexism, unity in diversity, and a spirit of global human solidarity. Given the evolving terrain of struggle, one of the questions as delegates to this NGC we are asked to consider is whether the fundamental assumptions of the NDR still hold today. The historical theory of change that has guided our movement now faces new and complex realities. Understanding the implications of these complex realities is fundamental to repositioning the African National Congress and the broader alliance within the ongoing struggle for fundamental transformation. The balance of forces is always in motion, shifting both locally and globally. Equally, the strategic and ideological cohesion of the alliance is now in question. The path forward demands ideological clarity, political discipline, foresight, firmness of principle, and tactical agility within the context of a renewed strategic posture capable of guiding the next phase of the NDR. During this NGC, delegates are called upon to firstly reflect on the 30 years of democracy, and secondly, to assess the balance of forces and the current conjuncture. Thirdly, to characterize the nature of the crises we face and the implications for the NDR. And fourthly, to determine what should be done to address the challenges that we face as a nation and as an organization. We are also required, comrades, to use the opportunity of this NGC to evaluate the extent to which the ANC has succeeded in implementing the decisions of the 55th National Conference, and in the course of our deliberations, we should examine how our policies and programs must be recalibrated and adjusted to better serve the people of our country. More importantly, the theme of our NGC asks delegates to interrogate how the ANC must be united, how it should be strengthened and renewed to respond to the challenges and opportunities of our time. In the declaration of the 55th National Conference, we said conference rises with determination to implement the immediate program of renewal, which demonstrates that the ANC, by its actions, can be trusted to put the improvement of the conditions of life of all the people of our country at the center of all its actions. The conference made the fundamental point that for the ANC to be successful in transforming our country, in advancing the national democratic revolution, it must embark on a journey of thoroughgoing renewal. Renewal requires that we reaffirm the organizational culture and the traditions of the ANC as a movement that is rooted among the people, representing their interests, concerns, and aspirations. We require a renewal of values and ethics. We need to deal decisively with the scourge of corruption and unacceptable conduct. And we must forge a cadreship that is imbued with a militant, principled, and fighting spirit. We should also focus more attention on the implementation of our decisions. For the lack of the implementation of our decisions is a disease that we must rid our organizations and structures, including our government, of. The ANC must be united around the values and the principles of our movement. Enhancing the quality of membership and leadership is key to the renewal of the ANC, as was stated by the NEC in the January 8th statement. It continued to say that the membership system of the ANC is also being overhauled to ensure that the movement attracts into its ranks the kind of people who are willing to serve the people of South Africa. The criteria for membership and screening process to rid the ANC of criminals is an important part of the renewal process. This includes tightening and enforcing the leadership election processes. A renewed ANC must enforce discipline in the ranks of our membership. As renewal gains momentum, those whose conduct conflicts with our values and principles, the criminals, the corrupt, the careerists, extortionists, and factionalists, and those who actively work against the organization should find themselves outside of the African National Congress. The NEC in the January 8th statement was firm in stating that the renewal of the ANC must be reflected in our everyday behavior as members of the African National Congress, on how we conduct ourselves, including what we post either against each other or about the African National Congress on social media. The NEC in the statement said, "Let us be known for excellence, for ethics, for humility, for hard work, and for competence." Enhancing the quality of membership and leadership is key to the renewal of the ANC. In fulfillment of the mandate of the 55th National Conference, the NEC has gone ahead to implement a number of the decisions which will be clearly reported by the Secretary General when he gives the midterm report. But amongst others, we've proceeded to implement clear accountability mechanisms to tie leadership to expectations, measurable performance, and consistent reporting. To foster a culture of ethics and integrity, the NEC has continued to strengthen the terms of reference of the Integrity Commission and introduced a compulsory course on ethics and integrity in the political education curriculum. The O.R. Tambo School of Leadership continues to effectively implement conference decisions on enhancing and deepening and broadening political education in the ANC. We should applaud the leadership of the O.R. Tambo Leadership School. The membership system was overhauled to ensure that the movement attracts into its ranks the kind of people who are willing to serve the people of South Africa. Much more work needs to be done to ensure that we attract those people who are ethical and who are prepared to serve the people of our country. As we noted in the January 8th statement, we have said that the central issue that we need to focus on is to ensure that all ANC structures must be grounded in the communities where they are located. The conference took resolutions on how to strengthen ANC branches to be more grounded amongst our people and to develop programs of action to respond to community concerns and better serve our people. Recruitment, induction, and cadre development are fundamental components of renewal. The ANC must not only draw into its ranks the best and most advanced within society. But as we are doing with the OR School of Leadership, we must actively strengthen political education. At the same time, every ANC member bears a personal responsibility to develop their own understanding of the policies and programs of their movement. On coming to the alliance, the Revolutionary and Strategic Alliance grew out of struggle, out of a shared commitment to the liberation of the oppressed masses of our people. The unity of the alliance remains critical for the successful pursuit of the NDR, especially in these times when progressive ideas and values are under constant attack. Comrade O.R. Tambo's words still resonate. Ours is not merely a paper alliance created at conference tables. Our alliance is a living organism that has grown out of struggle, close quotes. The 55th National Conference directed the NEC to conclude discussions with our alliance partners on the issue of reconfiguration of the alliance. This year, we joined our alliance partner in celebrating the 40th anniversary of COSATU, which has carried forward the tradition of militant trade unionism throughout its existence. And they celebrated their 40th anniversary just a few days ago. And we say, forward with COSATU, forward. Forward with the workers of South Africa, forward. We pledge as the ANC to stand side by side with COSATU and its various unions to protect and advance the interests of the workers of South Africa. We must acknowledge that the decision by the South African Communist Party to contest elections separately threatens the unity and the cohesion of the alliance. Recent by-elections held in various parts of our country have shown that being divided wreaks consequences of causing major losses and confusing the voters of our country. The Secretary General will report on the discussions that have been held with the SACP on a bilateral basis with regard to the decision that their conference has taken. This NGC must discuss the full implications of this decision for our movement and for the alliance. We need to do so, particularly as we go towards next year's local government elections. This political report reflects on developments since we held our 55th National Conference in December 2022. We should recall that the 55th conference was held at a critical time in our country. Our country was still recovering from COVID-19 pandemic, which had claimed the lives of well over 100,000 people within a short space of time. The economy was still deeply affected by the pandemic. The July 2021 civil unrest and catastrophic flooding earlier in that year had also had a major impact, not only on our people, but also on the economy of our country. The country was in the midst of the most protracted period of load shedding in our history, with 205 days of load shedding recorded in 2022 and another 330 days of load shedding to follow in 2023. It was in this context that conference emphasized that the central task of the movement was the transformation and the growth of our economy and the creation of jobs. The essential measure of the state of the nation is the quality of life of its citizens. The legacy of colonial dispossession and apartheid remains a defining feature of South African society, reflecting persistent inequality in wealth, income, and access to land. Poverty remains our greatest challenge as a nation. In 2024, nearly a quarter of households considered social grants as their main source of income. While this is a sign of the extent of the need in society, which we should be concerned about, it is also an indication of the extensive social support measures that the ANC has put in place to assist poor South Africans who still live under the long shadow of colonial exploitation and apartheid oppression that still has consequences and a legacy that we need to deal with. Around 61% of the national budget, after debt servicing costs, goes towards the social wage, including social grants, education, healthcare, housing, and free basic services. Increases in the cost of living in recent years have affected all South African households, with the poor and the working class being most vulnerable. The 55th conference directed the NEC to address the issue of the cost of living as a key priority. In line with the resolutions of the 55th conference, measures to address the cost of living have included increases in funds to our municipalities to provide free basic services to needy households, indigent families, an increase in the value of social grants, and an expansion of the list of food items zero-rated for VAT. In the last 3 years, inflation has been tapering down from 7.2% to 3.6%, providing relief to households and boosting demand in the economy. We have often said that education must be at the center of our fight against poverty. We have seen a steady progress in improving our educational outcomes. Last year, our learners at grade 12 level achieved an 87 matric pass rate, the highest ever recorded in our democratic history, which is quite phenomenal. Through NSFAS, we are supporting over 800,000 university and TVET college students. Our focus now is on expanding access to quality early childhood development and early grade literacy and numeracy. And one of the challenges we neglected over a long time was to focus on early childhood development. And when we decided to move early childhood programs from social development to basic education, we have now taken the funding of early child development to a higher level and have allocated and will continue to allocate more money for ECD in our budget. But comrades, we need to do much more if we are to have what we've always called a skills revolution. A skills revolution ought to start with early childhood development, which is effective, leading up to primary school education, right through to tertiary education as well. The skills system that we have needs to shift towards producing skills that are linked to demand in the economy. We need to consider a radical overhaul of the CETA system and introduce a dual academic and on-the-job training system. The money that is allocated from the skills development levy needs to be used effectively to make sure that the skills that we develop are clearly linked to what the economy of our country needs. In 2024, we achieved a milestone on the path towards affordable and accessible quality health care with the passage of the National Health Insurance Act. Once implemented, the NHI will ensure that all people have equal access to health care regardless of their ability to pay. And the NHI will be implemented, much as we are facing a number of challenges from various stakeholders about its implementation. In preparation for the NHI and to address severe challenges in our health system, government is directing resources towards hiring more doctors, more nurses and health professionals, permanent employment of community health workers, and the purchase of new equipment. It is simply a joy when we even travel to rural clinics and hospitals and find that they are beginning to be provided with the latest high-tech health equipment deep in our rural areas. And this is the advancement that we want to see continuing. The ANC government and ANC-led government is investing in the construction, revitalization, and maintenance of facilities in our health system across the country. One of the great achievements of successive ANC administrations is the massive extension of access to basic services such as electricity, water, sanitation, and refuse removal. Since democracy, access to electricity for lighting increased from 58% to now 95%. This is a phenomenal achievement we should be pleased with. Access to piped water inside houses or yards increased from 61 to over 82%. In just over the last decade, the percentage of households in formal dwellings increased from 65% to 88%. This was in a period when the total number of households in the country grew by 3.4%, a million rather. However, many communities continue to experience problems with reliability and the quality of the services, basic services. The number of households experiencing water and electricity interruptions has increased significantly in recent years. Much of the decline is due to the weaknesses in local government, including governance lapses, poor financial management, inadequate infrastructure, maintenance, and the lack of skills. Work is underway to strengthen our municipalities to improve the delivery of basic services. When speaking about cohesion and national unity, this is central to the historic mission of the African National Congress to solve the national question by uniting the people of our country and building a sovereign South African nation. The ANC has successfully embedded these principles within our democratic constitutional order. The sense of shared nationhood is well established among South Africans of all races. However, some in our society still adhere to notions of racial superiority and seek to maintain racial privilege. The vehement opposition by some groups to our policies of transformation and redress conveniently align with wider notions of white supremacy and white victimhood fed by false claims of the persecution of white Afrikaners in our country. The propaganda of these false claims has real implications for our sovereignty, international relations, and national security. It is essential that we counter this narrative and defeat this agenda through direct and frank engagement, mobilizing broad support for the South African vision of non-racialism, reconciliation, and transformation. And this is a campaign that needs to be launched not only in our country, but globally as well, particularly to address the false notions that some globally are perpetrating about what is happening in South Africa. On the other important issue of fostering national unity and cohesion, as a country, we have a long tradition of coming together at moments of crisis to find common ground and solutions. As South Africa confronts the challenges of the moment, an inclusive national dialogue has been convened in response to calls from across society. The national dialogue provides an opportunity for all South Africans to address our challenges, to define a shared vision, and forge a path into the future. The first National Convention, which was held in August of this year and was attended by over 1,000 delegates from more than 400 organizations, set the agenda and outlined the roadmap for the national dialogue. The Eminent Persons Group, who are the champions and guarantors of the dialogue's integrity, have received inputs and nominations from civil society and are finalizing the governance structures, the operational structures and processes that will guide the national processes. In the coming year, thousands of public dialogues will take place in wards of our country. The national dialogue should produce a social compact that is widely inclusive, that has broad support in society, and that will guide the country forward along a common path. On the issue of governance, elections, and accountability, our country held its 7th election on the 29th of May 2024. The election reaffirmed that democracy is entrenched, it is robust, and it is enduring in South Africa. This was the most contested election in 30 years of our democracy, with a proliferation of parties and, for the first time, independent candidates. However, it was a severe strategic setback for the African National Congress. We received only 40% of the national vote. This was the first time since the advent of democracy that our share of the vote was less than 50%. While the ANC remains the most supported party, with almost twice as many votes as the next party, we suffered our greatest drop in support since 1994. We lost our majority nationally and in key provinces of Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. Among other things, the drop in support can be linked to the emergence of the MK party, the dissatisfaction of our people with unemployment and lackluster economic growth, service delivery challenges, and the anger and perceptions of widespread corruption, but also the weaknesses in our own structures, which we clearly saw with a weak election campaign that could have been a lot better had our structures been stronger. The record low voter turnout of 58% affected the ANC more than other parties. The NEC agreed that the election results placed a responsibility on the ANC to give leadership to the country and ensure unity, stability, peace, and progress in the nation. After considering various available options, the NEC decided that we should invite all political parties in the National Assembly to form a government of national unity as the best approach to move the country forward. Following engagements, a government of national unity was established with 10 parties participating: the African National Congress, the DA, the IFP, the PA, FF+, the UDM, Rise Mzansi, Al-Jamaa, the PAC, and the Good Party. The parties agreed on a statement of intent committing to respect the Constitution of our country, the rule of law, and to promote accountability, transparency, integrity, and good governance. They agreed on a basic minimum program, which formed the basis for the medium-term development plan. The GNU identified 3 priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. In its assessment of the first year of the GNU, the NEC agreed that we have safeguarded the core progressive policy agenda of the National Democratic Revolution. Through the GNU, the ANC has continued to execute its agenda for nation building and fundamental social and economic transformation, albeit under difficult conditions. We have stood firm against resistance campaigns mounted by right-wing forces and have not retreated from progressive domestic and foreign policy positions. The 55th conference agreed that building an ethical and capable state is essential for economic transformation. A fundamental feature of such a state is a public service that is professional and competent. To this end, the National Framework for Professionalization of the Public Service was adopted by Cabinet in 2022. Recruitment and selection processes are being overhauled, along with performance management systems, competency-based assessments, and integrity tests are also being introduced, particularly tests that will be able to give us information about the integrity of those who should serve our people. One of the other key aspirations of the professionalization framework is the depoliticization of the public service. Those who work in all spheres of the state need to be insulated from undue political interference and vested interests as well. State capture provided a bitter lesson on the vulnerabilities of the public sector to interference by private business interests. Our conference resolved to strengthen local government by addressing political and administrative instability, improving service delivery, and strengthening accountability and financial sustainability as well. Many cities and towns across our country are failing to deliver basic services, creating serious challenges for the residents, for businesses, and for public facilities such as schools, clinics, and hospitals due to the lack of proper basic services delivery. Government has therefore initiated comprehensive reform of the local government system, including the review of the White Paper on Local Government and Local Government Fiscal Framework. The Presidency is providing targeted intervention and support in struggling municipalities, starting with eThekwini and Johannesburg. Working groups in both these metro cities have brought together mayors, senior government officials from all government spheres, business, and civil society to tackle urgent problems. The district development model continues to enhance efficiency by having the three spheres of government, including other key stakeholders, aligning planning, budgeting, and implementation to reduce fragmentation, duplication, and wastage. We are committed to continue working with our traditional leaders to ensure that they can play their essential role in promoting sustainable and inclusive economic development while being custodians of heritage, culture, and traditional values. To address widespread misconduct and corruption, the public procurement system needs substantive reform. The Auditor General reports that much of the corruption that they unravel in their reports is embedded in our procurement system. National Treasury is preparing for implementation of the Public Procurement Act, which will introduce a new framework and establish a public procurement office. We need to ensure that procurement is used as an instrument to build Black and women-owned companies that produce the products and provide services that government needs. It is found that too many tenders that are issued to middlemen or middlewomen who do not have the relevant competence to provide services and products as well. This is a waste of public funds. It encourages corruption and does not advance real economic empowerment. One practice that has weakened the state is the practice of outsourcing functions that should be performed by government departments and public bodies. The effect of this is that public institutions no longer have the skills and the capabilities that they need because they outsource many of the functions that should be performed and conducted by a capable state. We need to get rid of outsourcing of simple and straightforward functions in our government system. Outsourcing opens the door to corruption, with many cases of tender manipulation, bribery, overpricing, and the use of front companies. But it also makes those who work for those entities that we outsource to be vulnerable, because their job situation is always tied to the tenders that those companies or entities receive. Once the tender comes to an end, they become unemployed. We therefore need to give dignity to our people by making sure that they gather good skills and they have permanence in their employment through our work in the public sector. The ANC should act to end the practice of outsourcing core functions of the state. The capacity of the state to perform these functions needs to be rebuilt. The 55th conference observed that South Africa needs rapid, inclusive growth to create jobs. After more than 15 years of low economic growth, we are now beginning to see the signs of a turning point. Much as some, even within our ranks, say this is a delusion, it isn't a delusion. The most recent projections from the National Treasury show that we can achieve much higher growth over the next 5 years if we implement our policy commitments. Our experience shows that when our economy grows, jobs are also created. In the first 15 years of democracy, when our economy grew at above 3% a year, employment rose and poverty fell. In the second 15 years, when growth fell to 1%, unemployment and poverty rose. We have therefore undertaken a strategy to achieve higher levels of inclusive growth through accelerated infrastructure investment, forward-looking industrial policies, improved service delivery, land redistribution, transformative spatial planning, Black economic empowerment, and supportive macroeconomic policies. As the ANC, we have been clear that growth must be inclusive. It must drive radical social and economic transformation through redistribution of wealth and opportunity. It must support empowerment of Black South Africans and women. In the face of a concerted campaign to push back broad-based Black economic empowerment, the ANC has remained steadfast in defense of the constitutional imperative to redress the imbalances of the past and to pass legislation that will redress those imbalances, thus enhancing the empowerment of our people as a whole. One of the most pressing challenges that we face in our country is youth unemployment. Approximately 3.5 million out of the 10 million people, young people aged 15 and 24 are not in employment, in education or training. Since October 2020, the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention and the Presidential Employment Stimulus have created earning opportunities for more than 2 million participants. The Basic Education Employment Initiative has brought young teacher assistants into almost 25,000 of our schools and been able to create 1 million job opportunities for young people as school assistants. This has been a phenomenal program that has covered the schools of our country right across. The SA Youth Mobi platform that was launched in 2020 now has over 5 million registered young people. The platform is an online network that connects unemployed young people with jobs, with learnership and training by matching them with local opportunities and support. 70% of opportunities on the platform have been accessed by young Black African women. Around 65% live in households where at least one member receives a social grant. The Youth Employment Service, a joint initiative of government and business, has provided 200,000 young people with year-long work experience opportunities, making it the largest corporate-funded youth jobs program in the world. The 55th conference reaffirmed that industrial policy must be a leading instrument of economic development and transformation. South African manufacturing is under pressure at the moment from rising electricity prices and logistical challenges. For industrial policy to succeed, it must be forward-looking, positioning diverse industries to succeed in an increasingly digitized and decarbonized world economy. We need to be bold in developing new industries like battery storage, renewable energy components, and electric vehicle production. South Africa has among the best solar and wind resources in the world, with the Northern Cape being said to have the best radiation of all countries in the world. Yes, it does, including Comrade Zamani, having a town which is called Hotazel, meaning that it is as hot as hell in Hotazel. But what is pleasing with this is that we are utilizing this natural resource to attract investments. The Northern Cape has seen the most investments in renewable energy, utilizing the sun or solar, and the Eastern Cape has also seen great and increasing investments in wind power, as the Western Cape, and now Mpumalanga and Limpopo are also going to see heightened investments in utilizing our natural resources, including methane gas, which has been found in Mpumalanga. Well over 100 billion rand has been invested in renewable energy projects in the Northern Cape. And Comrade Zamani reports that we've seen great growth in the Northern Cape. Industrial expansion requires efficient, reliable, and competitive network industries. However, over the course of more than a decade, our state-owned enterprises in these network industries, particularly Eskom, Transnet, and PRASA, declined due to the effects of state capture, mismanagement, and a lack of capital investment. To correct this, and in line with the resolutions of the 55th National Conference, government is leading a process of structural transformation in energy, in water, in our ports, in our rail and telecommunications. Now, through this work, we are reducing costs, we are improving efficiency, we are lowering barriers to entry, and enabling higher levels of investment. We have seen a dramatic drop in load shedding frequency and severity. This has been made possible by steady improvement in Eskom's performance and regulatory changes to allow private investment in electricity generation. And we have to applaud those who have been working on these programs of ensuring that load shedding is something of the past. We have to applaud them. Government recently finalized the Integrated Resource Plan 2025, outlining a balanced and diversified energy mix. Renewable energy capacity will increase from 17 gigawatts to over 45 gigawatts by 2030, continuing to grow to provide more than half our energy supply. The country is moving towards a competitive electricity market. While Eskom will continue to play a leading role, the new model will enable many generators to supply electricity and compete based on efficiency and costs, and leading to lower prices and more reliable supply. And this is necessary so that we see more investors coming in, alleviating the burden that our state-owned enterprise Eskom should carry on its own as we increase energy generation. We are making significant headway in increasing the volume of goods that are moved on rail lines and through ports. After dramatic decline, freight volume increased from 150 million tons in 2023 to 174 million tons in 2025. We still need to increase the volume of goods that are transported on our rail to well over 250 million tons. Transnet has established a rail infrastructure manager and made capacity available to train operating companies on a concessionary basis, whilst the rail infrastructure itself continues to be owned by the government. PRASA has restored 35 of 40 priority lines, meaning that commuters can now travel safely and affordably on locally manufactured trains. In the last financial year, PRASA recorded 77 million passenger trips on its lines, a huge increase from 39 million in the previous year. So things are moving and people are being moved on our trains. The 55th National Conference noted that expanded infrastructure investment can play a critical role in providing basic services and improving economic performance and job creation. However, over the past 15 years, investment by both the public and private sector has declined. The ANC-led government has made a commitment to invest more than 1 trillion rand in infrastructure over the next 3 years to renew our roads, our ports, our rail, our energy and water systems. This is the largest amount ever budgeted for infrastructure development in the history of our democracy. This will increase our gross fixed capital investment, which has been in decline over a number of years. Government has also allocated an additional 54 billion rand to fix water and electricity infrastructure in the 8 metros linked to institutional and financial challenges. We must use our infrastructure build to maintain maintenance programs, to create platforms for black industrialists, for workers, for small businesses and marginalized communities in urban and rural areas. We must ensure that it assists us in localizing production of critical inputs such as steel and promotes processing and beneficiation of our rich mineral endowment. Disruptions to the global trading system are threatening South African exports. Like most other countries, South Africa had punitive unilateral tariffs imposed on it by the United States of America earlier this year. Our government is continuing to engage the United States in negotiations to reach a trade agreement that benefits both countries. At the same time, we have had to accelerate the diversification of our export markets. South Africa continues to play a leading role in supporting the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to grow South Africa's exports to the rest of the continent. We've had thoroughgoing discussions with a number of companies that do business in the rest of our continent, and our cooperation with them will be enhanced. While we strengthen the resilience of our export industries, we need to continue to advocate for an international trade regime that is fair, equitable, and rules-based. Land reform remains one of the most urgent tasks of the National Democratic Revolution. Some economists estimate that almost 25% of all land previously owned by white landowners has been restored, redistributed, and moved to state ownership. But there is still a greater hunger for land, and much work still needs to be done to give effect to the constitutional requirement that all citizens must be able to gain access to land on an equitable basis. Key tasks ahead include the improvement of support systems for beneficiaries of our land reform program. We need to accelerate the processing of outstanding restitution claims and resolve disputes more efficiently. Equally important is addressing urban land reform, as most South Africans now live in cities where access to well-located land and housing remains deeply unequal. As directed by the 55th Conference, the ANC-led government has continued to maintain macroeconomic stability and coordinate fiscal and monetary policy to support inclusive growth. Sound management of public finances is essential. A critical challenge in recent years has been the rising public debt, with more than 20% of tax revenues spent on debt servicing payments. Important progress is underway in reducing corruption, wasteful spending. However, cutting spending across the board carries significant social and economic costs. Instead, we need to reduce spending on inefficient programs and increase spending on programs with the greatest impact amongst our people, such as infrastructure investment, while maintaining social assistance to poor and working-class households. The measures that we are taking to strengthen public finances is creating a shift in public sentiment and investment. Over recent weeks, our sovereign credit rating has been upgraded. We have been removed from the FATF grey list. Interest rates on government bonds have decreased, and our currency has also strengthened. In the last few days, the National Treasury's latest bond issue was oversubscribed almost 4 times, and was issued at much lower rates than before, reflecting renewed confidence in our economy. Some leading business people have said that due to the measures that we are taking, the South African economy has turned the corner after more than a decade of decline due to state capture, the COVID pandemic, the 2021 civil unrest, and the devastating floods of 2022, and weaknesses in government execution. Next year, the country will celebrate 70 years since the Women's March on the Union Buildings on the 9th of August, 1956. We will recall the courage as well as the determination of the women of our country in standing up not only to the apartheid government, but to laws, practices, and attitudes that prevented South African women from realizing their rights. We are fortunate today to have Comrade Sophie de Bruyn amongst us, who is a Isitwalandwe, who participated in that march. As the ANC, we have carried that spirit into our democratic constitution, into our laws, policies, and programs. This year, the world marked the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action on Women's Rights and Gender Equality. This landmark development has had a profound impact on our own country's efforts to advance the position of women in society. Today, South Africa ranks second. I repeat this. South Africa ranks second out of G20 countries in terms of women representation in parliament. Over a quarter of top managers in the private sector are now women, and just under half of senior managers in national government departments are women. Comrade Sisisi Tolashe, I have to apologize that you found so many men standing here during our candle lighting, and we hope that too will change, as you are indicating with your hands. As we all know, we have made tremendous progress since our 48th conference that was held in 1991 with regard to the empowerment of women as the African National Congress. Government has made, and I think we should applaud the ANC Women's League for continuing to champion the cause of women in our organization. Government has made a commitment to 40% preferential procurement in favor of women-owned and women-led companies. At present, only 16% of government procurement spend goes to women-owned companies, while a further 25% goes to companies that are partially women-owned. We will increase this. This demonstrates clear progress in advancing the position of women in the economy of our country and in public life since the advent of democracy. However, it also shows that we have much further to go until we acquire and achieve gender equality. We are at the midpoint of implementing the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Yet violence against women and children continues unabated. While we can point to progress in responding to instances of gender-based violence, our greatest challenge is prevention. On the 20th of November this year, government classified gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. This classification will support implementation of the National Strategic Plan through stronger governance, funding, communication, and coordination. Our efforts to prevent gender-based violence need to be intensified massively. It also needs to be scaled up and include all sectors of society. And in this regard as well, I would like to applaud the ANC Women's League for the leadership of our country in gender-based violence prevention. Comrades, crime and violence continues to take a toll on our society. Apart from the human cost, crime impedes social development and inclusive economic growth. Police continue working with our other law enforcement agencies to dismantle organized crime syndicates and combat financial and violent crimes. Initiatives such as Operation Shanela have had great success in arresting suspects, recovering firearms, seizing stolen vehicles. The South African Police Service has increased its intake of new personnel, including into units like public order policing and detective services. While the country has recorded a decline in some crime categories, we have seen a rise in extortion, kidnapping, and illegal mining. In response, the establishment of a multidisciplinary economic infrastructure task team in 20 hotspots has led to several breakthroughs. Involvement and mobilization of communities is critical to the fight against crime. Significant effort and resources have been directed towards reviving community policing forums. ANC branches must be integrally involved in strengthening CPFs and mobilizing communities in crime-fighting campaigns. As we work to rebuild our criminal justice system, we need to act when reports emerge and allegations are made that threaten and undermine the stability and effectiveness of these institutions. In August this year, we established a commission of inquiry headed by Justice Madlanga to investigate allegations about collusion of police and political figures in criminal activity. At the same time, our National Assembly established an ad hoc committee to probe the same allegations. This is necessary to establish the facts through an independent, credible, and thoroughgoing process so that we can ensure that accountability of our institutions and safeguard public confidence in the police service. We are hopeful that the findings and recommendations from these investigations will represent a turning point in our fight against crime and corruption. The integrity and the credibility of our criminal justice system is vital to ongoing efforts to combat crime and corruption. Over the last few years, we've made significant progress in building and strengthening law enforcement agencies, security services, and prosecutorial bodies. In the 3 years since the final report of the State Capture Commission was presented to the President, government has undertaken major reforms based on its recommendations. These include a raft of new laws to strengthen our anti-corruption institutions, to enhance the procurement system, reform the intelligence services, and improve corporate accountability and public administration. The value of assets linked to state capture recovered by the state is now over 16.4 billion rand. These are monies that were misappropriated that have been returned to the state. In 2024, we established the Independent Directorate Against Corruption in the NPA. In August, the National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council handed over its final report recommending the establishment of a permanent, independent, and overarching entity to deal with corruption. One of the most significant recent developments was our country's exit from the Financial Action Task Team grey list. This is good for the integrity and reputation of our financial system and a boost to South Africa's international reputation. Our 55th conference reaffirmed that Africa and its development remain the central objective of the ANC's international perspective and policy. While Africa has some of the fastest growing economies, overall growth is constrained by poor infrastructure, low investment levels, and instability due to conflicts. Many countries are constrained by a substantial debt burden, often spending more on debt interest payments than on education, health, and infrastructure. To accelerate sustainable social development, our continent needs to focus on growing investment and trade, building infrastructure, achieving debt sustainability, investing in its people, and promoting peace and stability. The African Continental Free Trade Area, which entered its operational phase in 2024, presents an unprecedented opportunity for African growth and development. Intra-Africa trade only accounts for about 16% of total trade on the continent. Therefore, increasing trade between African countries through the African Continental Free Trade Area will spur industrialization, attract investment, and encourage development of regional value chains. South Africa is well positioned to benefit from access to a single African market of over 1.4 billion people. With an advanced and diversified economy, developed infrastructure, and mature capital markets, South Africa is an attractive place for companies to locate their African operations. Meaningful social development and economic growth cannot be achieved until we silence the guns on our continent. Despite progress over 3 decades, recent years have seen reversal. There's been a surge of military coups in a number of countries on our continent, in countries such as Mali, Guinea, Sudan, Chad, Burkina Faso, Niger, Gabon, and Madagascar. We have seen devastating conflict in the Sudan, the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tigray, and South Sudan. These conflicts have caused thousands of civilian deaths and displaced millions. Many parts of the Sahel region and northern Mozambique have suffered from terrorist attacks and insurgencies. And in line with the international stance of the ANC since 1994, our country has contributed to a number of UN, AU, and SADC peace operations. We have been part of fostering peace in Lesotho, Burundi, South Sudan, and hosted negotiations that brokered ceasefire between the government of Ethiopia and the Tigray People's Liberation Movement. We must be concerned that the struggle of the people of Western Sahara for self-determination has been set back by the recent UN Security Council resolution, which strongly endorsed Morocco's autonomy plan as the most feasible solution, shifting away from past UN positions on a referendum on self-determination. This development calls for the intensification of diplomatic efforts to find a path forward that prioritizes the rights and the interests of the people of Western Sahara. The world faces severe interconnected challenges. Climate change crisis is worsening, with billions affected by underdevelopment, inequality, poverty, hunger, and unemployment. Economic growth remains subdued globally, with many nations burdened by unsustainable debt levels. The global balance of forces is shifting in different and sometimes contradictory ways. The economic and political rise of the global South countries is upending long-established power relations, and these changes are occurring amidst unpredictable and disruptive actions of a new US administration, creating uncertainty and volatility. As a movement and as South Africa, our engagement in international relations aims to promote our country's national interests and protect our sovereignty and constitutional order. It is aimed at improving the well-being, safety, and prosperity of our people. Through the G20, the BRICS, and non-aligned movement, various UN platforms, our country is making an important contribution towards an international order that is more inclusive, that is more just, stable, and peaceful. As a country, we used our G20 presidency to promote practical actions to advance the interests of our continent and the global South. Through more than 130 meetings, we engaged on a bold, transformative G20 agenda that resets relations between countries of the North and South, which strengthens multilateral institutions and the rule of law. All key agreements at the G20 Leaders Summit are important for the well-being and development of the people of our country and our continent and the world. From actions agreed on debt sustainability to just transition finance, from critical minerals to international finance architecture, the G20 outcomes provide important support for our efforts to grow and transform our economy and create jobs. I have, in a national address, thanked the people of South Africa for the manner in which all of us were able to have a very successful G20. I now thank you as members of the ANC. I particularly want to thank our government officials, our ministers, but also more particularly those who were at the center of hosting the G20, which was our Minister of International Relations and Cooperation and our Minister of Finance. But I also want to applaud our comrades in Johannesburg for making sure that they embarked on a thoroughgoing process of cleaning up the city. Comrade Dada Morero, who I continue to phone every day, was able to assure me that we will have a successful G20. So I say thank you to Johannesburg as well. Well done. South Africa continues, comrades, to play an important role in promoting peace on our continent and far afield. And in this regard, the atrocities committed by Israel against the people of Gaza prompted our government to argue before the International Court of Justice that the State of Israel was in violation of the obligations under the Genocide Convention. Since the onslaught began in October 2023, more than 70,000 people are known to have been killed in Gaza, most of whom are women and children. South Africa welcomed the agreement on a ceasefire that resulted in the return of hostages and the release of many Palestinian political prisoners. However, it is a matter of grave concern that Israel is breaking the ceasefire almost on a daily basis. Our country continues to call for an immediate end to the assault on Gaza and its people, and for meaningful negotiations to commence towards the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state existing in peace alongside the State of Israel. Anything short of self-determination and the recognition of the fundamental human rights of the Palestinian people will not be acceptable and will not bring peace to that region. We must be deeply concerned about the horrific suffering caused by the civil war in the Sudan, in which more than 150,000 people are reported to have died. South Africa continues to participate in different peace processes seeking to bring about a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. This includes our involvement in the African Peace Initiative, in which several African leaders visited Ukraine and Russia. Our efforts are informed by commitment to peaceful resolution to various conflicts. All conflicts reveal shortcomings in international mechanisms to maintain peace and security. The UN Security Council, in particular, has shown that it is incapable in its current form of fulfilling its mandate. There is therefore an urgent need for the reform of the UN Security Council and other international institutions to ensure that they are representatives. This is in line with the decisions adopted by the African National Congress at its various conferences. Our reflection on the work of the Renewal Commission, which was decided on by our conference. The ANC's program of organizational renewal is showing progress. The SG will report on this in the medium-term report that he will present shortly. There is still important work to be done, and the movement must continue to attend to both organizational and ideological renewal. And unless the ANC succeeds in renewing itself, we will perish. We must build better and activist branches. We must revive sectorial work. We must strengthen the alliance. We must reassert ANC values and principles and strengthen organizational integrity. The ANC appointed the first Renewal Commission during 2017 and 2022 term, with a main brief to develop an ANC Vision 2032. The discussion document on the vision was completed and presented to the NEC and the National Conference in 2022. Vision 2032 will be made available to NGC delegates to consider as part of their commission deliberations. The second Renewal Commission highlights the need to continue strengthening the key elements as parts of renewal. And these include organizational design, cadre development, integrity, and revolutionary morality. As we proceed towards the 120th anniversary of the ANC, the Renewal Commission recommends specific areas for attention and focus. Firstly, to eradicate factionalism and patronage by intensifying efforts to build unity in our ranks. Secondly, to reassert political discipline and cadre accountability by becoming more systematic and vigorous in ensuring accountability. Thirdly, to modernize and streamline organizational processes to make them more efficient and accessible. And fourthly, to strengthen ideological training and leadership skills by intensifying political education, which is currently underway. Fifthly, to diversify and broaden the demographic composition of our leadership structures. And lastly, to enhance the integrity and candidate lists by strengthening transparency in candidate selection processes. We also need to reinvigorate the alliance by creating and strengthening alliance forums for discussing ideology and strategy. We must also undertake grassroots mobilization through regular engagement with the masses of our people through door-to-door engagement, imbizos, and other forms of mass work. Now, I want to stress that in the last election, comrades, if we are to be honest with each other, our door-to-door culture was not at its best. We did not do vigorous door-to-door. And as a result, on election day, that's why we saw so many people staying away from the polls. And in part, it was largely because they had never been touched by the ANC visiting their homes, visiting the various locales that they go to. We must therefore, as we approach the next local government elections, ensure that we go back to basics. We go back to what has made us a strong organization, being closely connected and rooted with our people. There is also a need for us to renew our values and political culture by reintroducing meaningful initiatives to engage communities and serve the people. We need to encourage a culture of humility and modesty amongst our leaders. This practice of showing off to our people, either our wealth, our cars, as we drive in our communities, must come to an end. The ANC serves the people. This NGC should elaborate on specific actions to be taken under each focus area. If the ANC can demonstrably renew itself, then public attitudes towards our movement will shift from cynicism to possibly cautious optimism and ultimately to absolute embrace and support. We have to earn that trust through our actions, not our words. The world is changing in unprecedented ways, with both challenges and opportunities for our country as well. It falls on the African National Congress to provide leadership. The brave women and men of the Congress of the People pledged to strive together, sparing neither strength nor courage, until democratic changes set out in the Freedom Charter have been won, struggling together side by side. That remains our solemn commitment even today. we should now move forward to the complete realization of the National Democratic Revolution. And as we renew our movement, we should be able to get that support back from our people. It is now, as Madiba used to say, in our hands for us to renew and to rebuild the ANC. And we need to move forward to a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and may I stress, prosperous South Africa. I thank you, comrades.
Amandla. Amandla. President usinike into ekuthiwa yi-political report, not just the political overview. He gave us the political report for the period. So after we've adopted the credentials, you will have to adopt this report as well. Now, time is against us, but we must do this. We must allow messages of support to be read now. Z6. No, Mamelan, Z6. We have 3 alliance partners, we have 3 liberation movements that have sent people here who are having a presence. So we allow Isango to speak first, followed by COSATU, followed by the Communist Party. Those are our allies. Then we'll come to the liberation movements. Siyababiza noma bekho. Siyababiza thina. Sango. Where is COSATU? Sondela Chazingi. Sondela Zingi. Ube solandela party.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, President of the ANC, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa, ANC leaders who are present here, leadership of SANCO led by Deputy President, the President of COSATU, Comrade Zingisa Lozi, and other leaders of COSATU present, General Secretary of the SACP, although I've not seen him, Comrade Mapai, President. Leaders of the ANC Women's League, leaders of ANC Youth League, PYA, MDM structures present, and all the invited guests present here. Of the state of the alliance and its ability to pursue the national democratic revolution. Secondly, it must also deal with the assessment of the program of action that the ANC adopted and instructed government to implement in accordance with the work of the ANC subcommittees. Lastly, it is the political program of the ANC to renew itself to become an even more powerful instrument to drive the transformation agenda. As we share our message of support to the ANC today, it is imperative to note that it is centered around the above three important points which are discussed below. As we share our message of support to the ANC on the assessment of the state of the alliance, we want to underscore and reiterate that this is not a paper alliance, as we said, and emphasized, President. Rather, it is an alliance forged out of the necessity to pursue a program that is meant to transform the lives of our people for better. It is therefore a revolutionary alliance glued on the program to pursue the national democratic revolution in order to resolve class, race, and gender questions. Therefore, whether dialectical contradictions prevail on the alliance relations, their synthesis should be predicated from the three important aspects of our revolutionary struggle: the class, race, and gender question. Hence, the following questions are important. How far are we with resolving the class struggle in our country in line with the national democratic revolution? What is the state of racism within the country and how are we responding to it? What is the level of gender issues, including gender-based violence, in the country, and what is our response to it? Comrade President, Lenin, in his famous question on what is to be done, teaches us that posing correct questions lead to correct answers. Therefore, the above question should lead to correct diagnosis of the problems at hand and provide correct answers. The correct answers will also help us to understand whether it is the right time for us to entertain disunity, or we should close ranks against all forms of wage drivers, who, in my view, seek to weaken the ability of the alliance to pursue the national democratic revolution. Anything or anyone who contributes to the disunity of the alliance is actually derailing the NDR and contributing to counter-revolution. Using this characterization of the problem and without questioning the conference resolution of our party, the SACP, as an important ally in this alliance, I do not think that we must not engage on whether material conditions at this juncture allows for us to contest elections separately. If we allow this to happen, what will be the perspective of society of the ideological standing of the alliance, the NDR? I'm pleading with all of us, particularly our alliance partner, SACP, that we perhaps allow space as allies to engage on this matter with the view to agree on compromises from all alliance partners. I therefore urge that we urgently convene the alliance summit to discuss and agree on the program and resolve our differences moving forward. We have a position on that. We are not going there to listen, we will engage. On the work of the ANC, both at organizational level and the government, this work is about service delivery, and it is very close to SANCO constituents. How we are assessed as SANCO by our constituents is highly dependent on the performance of the ANC-led government, especially delivery of service to the people. Therefore, the deteriorating socio-economic state of the country, which further exacerbates the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality, affect our work as SANCO severely. Because we are on the ground to campaign for the ANC. This, as indicated above, has a negative impact not only to the ANC relationship with the people, but it affects SANCO's relationship with the people because we rallied them behind the ANC under the pretext of better service, delivery, and pursuit of the NDR. We are here to call on the ANC to not only review its strategy on delivery of services, but also to find quick and lasting solutions in order to regain the trust and support of the people. Lastly, on the question of renewal, apart from the delivery issues that we alluded above, the people of South Africa are aware that the ANC over years driven a vigorous program of transformation in the country. This includes all aspects of our struggle and touches in most of our Freedom Charter promises. This ranges from education, culture, land, laws, legislation, labor laws, comprehensive social security program, housing, water provision and electrification, infrastructure development, etc. We moved previously oppressed, mainly blacks, from 20 to above 90 in some aspect of delivery in this regard. Moreover, we commend the ANC for maintaining its political posture international and therefore making significant strides in fully participating in the global economic platform such as the BRICS and the recent G20. Comrade President, we believe that the ANC has done well in this regard. However, the pace of service delivery must be accelerated in order to do more. As part of renewing the organization, we must look at the following 4 principles of running the organization, taking from Amical Cabral and through the eyes of the needle, the police of the ANC. The collective leadership, criticism and self-criticism to solve internal questions and contradictions, the democratic centralism, and pursuit of the revolutionary democracy. Long live Shlalo and ANC, live. Long live SANCO, long live COSATU, long live SACP. I thank you. I thank you, Gutung Sangabez, this church.
Mandla! Mandla! Long live the African National Congress, long live! Long live the South African Communist Party, long live! Long live COSATU, long live! Ngandu Silwa Mhlali, Ngandu Silwa! Malibongwe! Gama lamakhosikazi! Ndiyabulela mqwathi. Ndibulise kumongameli we-African National Congress. Allow me, Chair, to rise respectfully On the protocol that has already been observed, ndiyacamagwisha, ndiyathokoza, ndibulisa kubantwana bethongo. Chair, please accept our revolutionary greetings from the Federation of Elijah Baha'i, the Federation of Nana Abrams. We are indeed honored to be here and look forward to the robust engagements, concrete commitments, and most importantly, the practical actions emerging from this critical NGC. We must, as the Federation, express our deep concern with the plight of our members, the staff of the African National Congress, who once again have not been paid on time, as this is their fundamental right. Comrade Chair, this cannot be tolerated. Workers must be paid without exception. COSATU expects this NGC to focus on the challenges that are facing workers and the unemployed. We need this NGC to focus on interventions to fix the state, to grow our economy, to tackle unemployment, to slash poverty and inequality, to address crime and deal with corruption. In order for us as the Alliance to win the coming elections, we must have a good story to report to society. This necessitates a progressive budget in February that will ensure that the state is able to provide the public and municipal services that the working class and the economy depends upon. We must revive the bold commitments that have been made in the ANC-NEC January Lekgotla on a new mass industrial and small medium enterprises finance packaging. We must, as the President has alluded, ramp up the presidential employment stimulus to take the economy to the 3% that is needed. We must also be able to slash unemployment and provide a pathway to for the employment of 12 million people that are unemployed. We must also, Chair, move from talk to action. Abantu abaji amazwi ethu. And so we need to fix dire state of local government, and we must be able to overhaul our anti-crime strategies. Law enforcement and the judiciary must be provided with the weapons to win this war. Nkwati, what the working class does not want to see are comrades that are focused on factional destruction. 2024 and the 40% the liberation movement received is our final wake-up call. We ignore the warning from the working class at our own peril. This NGC needs to focus on intensifying the renewal of the ANC and the unity of the alliance. And we must say, only a coherent and united alliance can emerge victorious in the most difficult local elections to date in 2026. It is therefore essential that the Alliance Political Council be urgently convened, and that we must be tasked to ensure that the alliance is united as we prepare for the local elections. The fate president of the liberation movement and the alliance, the tools to fix the state and tackle crime and corruption, the ability to respond to the needs of workers and the economy lay within our hands. And so we want to say to the ANC, to the SACP, to COSATU, to SANCO, the alliance is not a convenience. This alliance is a weapon, but a weapon that must be sharpened, a house that must be united. We must therefore resolve what divides us. We must strengthen what holds us together. We must win the local government elections, not for leaders, but for the working class. And so we are saying, it is up to us here collectively to rise to the occasion, to provide society the leadership it is so desperately seeks. And we dare not fail, because history will not forgive us when we do. And we want to say, as the Federation of Elijah Bahai, of Nana Abrahams, we will remain a tried and tested ally in this struggle. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, National Chair. Must I also follow suit and stand on the protocol as it has been announced? First of all, I just want to indicate that the General Secretary is not with us today because there's a clash in our program. But we have prioritized this NGC because we have allowed him to go and attend to something, and the 5 of us are here as officials. All right, President, I just want to start, before I say anything, to start from the bottom. And thank you very much, and your government, for having convened a successful G20 conference. Not only about
Comrades, there must be order. Listen to what Comrade Masuk is going to say. You are in the NGC of the ANC. This movement is not acceptable. Be orderly. Sorry, Masuk.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Comrade President, we're saying that we want to thank you very much and applaud you with the government for the successful G20 that we have just convened. It's not only about the G20 in our case, it's the innovation that we have actually put in that process of influencing the agenda of the G20. That innovation to bring about the social summit was spot on, because it was not influencing the G20, it was also influencing how also as government and the alliance we should take into account the issues that the summit has actually raised. One of the issues, because I spent time with it, one of the issues that I think they've been raising as a case was that we should stop talking about critical minerals. We must talk about minerals, all of them, because the minerals are part of them and they belong to the people of South Africa. Secondly, President, the party want to applaud you for having represented the sovereignty of this country. We have protected our image and want to say thank you. Your stance in relation to what we stand for as a country was communicated directly to anyone. to everyone else. And Comrade President, the G20, and not just that act, has allowed us to be able to realize that US cannot dictate into the world. There are a number of alternatives that we can engage in terms of engaging our future. They don't have a hold in us. And for that reason, I want to thank you also for the initiative that you have actually taken to diversify your relationship with China, with all the other countries, with India, and all the other countries that you have been involved in. We're seeing you this week, we're in Mozambique. And we are saying, extend it to Cuba, extend it to Venezuela, extend it to Western Sahara. Comrade Chair, we are here to bring a message of support to our ally, the ANC. A trusted ally of the Communist Party. This trusted ally, over the years, we have worked together, we have set out agendas, we have done analysis, we have had some convergences, and in some areas, we disagreed. But in our disagreement hasn't resulted in us destroying and killing each other. Our disagreement has always been a strength, has tended to be a strength and a weakness of our work. And you can go back to a history all along. You can talk about the Black Republic thesis. You can talk about the formation of the military wing. You can talk about the strategy and tactic that we have adopted in Rogoro in 1969. All those aspects were a product of a contradiction that we're actually dealing with. But at the end, it has given us a way forward. And those are lessons that we must draw from going forward. And we must know that even today, we shall have contradictions sometimes in the analysis of what we are supposed to do and how we must go forward. This NGC theme is quite an interesting one. And I think it's very key to what the future is setting for us. The year of a renewal to make ANC a most effective instrument of the people to achieve the vision of the Freedom Charter. The people shall govern and the people shall share in the wealth of the country. Comrade President, this is profound. And we trust that this NGC, and we know that this NGC is going to reinforce this line in the resolution. But we want to point out, President, that the only problem that we have is that the current trajectory of our economic policy is going to be problematic to be in convergence with what is going to come out of this NGC on the basis of what you have pointed out. There is a need to sit down and review the direction that we're actually taking together, and not the ANC on the side and the party somewhere on the side and COSATU somewhere on the side. And we are agreed by the fact that not long ago, you have taken a very serious problem in terms of setting up our economic trajectory into the future. We are concerned, President, that we were not involved as a collective. And that agenda that you have actually said, Tina sees Bugedi. The last part that I want to talk to, Comrade Chair, the Communist Party welcome and support the agenda of renewal of the ANC. And our members of the party, who are members of the ANC, have been given a task to assist the ANC in this route that you want to do to renew yourself. But at the same time, we have gone as the party beyond that to say the renewal of the ANC and the renewal of the party as you have adopted it and the renewal of the COSATU is not enough. There must be the reconfiguration of the alliance itself. But, comrades, the reconfiguration of the alliance wasn't messed up by members of the party or the members of the ANC and the general members of COSATU. This discussion has been messed up by us as leadership because when members went into various conferences and said, move forward, we want you to conclude the alliance, the reconfiguration of the alliance, we dilly-dallied until the Communist Party took a decision to say, we are going to contest elections. And the contestation of elections, comrade, it is important, this aspect that I want to speak to, comrade, will assist you because this NGC is going to interrogate that. You have said initially here, the president said, and the president of COSATU said, we mustn't make our decision on the basis of emotions. We must listen to each other. We are saying, comrades, the decision to contest elections is not to contest the ANC. The decision to contest election is contestation of election. And this matter, comrade, is a very critical matter because it has to do with the existential being of the party. Because if the party cannot introduce socialism as a path, its existence will mean nothing. So these elections are meant to do that. And as I close, Chair, our members will be on the ground assisting the ANC to strengthen itself as members of the ANC to win elections. But at the same time, they've got a task of building a socialist movement, and they will be driving that socialist movement to elections. Mandla!
Amanda, away to Molo and Sophie. Molo and Sophie. Molo and Sophie. Molo and Sophie. Okay. Mamelani ke. Mamelani. The most important thing about a gathering of this nature is that you listen to what you like, you also listen to what you don't like. You have a duty to listen to every view. Now, we have a contradiction in the stand-up now because the translator into forward mobility. Before we break for lunch, sizawucela the following comrades abathunywe ziipati zabo. John Lukando weSwapo. Neyazi Swapo? YaseNamibia. Comrade Lukando uzawulandelwa nguComrade Sithembiso Nyoni weZANU-PF ngapha eZimbabwe. Neyazi ZANU-PF? Oh. nambalwa ngokabayaziyo. Then kuzawuthetha u-ST weFrelimo. UComrade Chaki Abubakar. Ezo liberation movement ezithumele members of the Central Committee to this NGC. Thank you, Comrade.
Thank you very much, Program Director and our National Chairperson of ANC, Comrade Ngwende Simpson Matashe. Samson, thank you for correction. The President of ANC and of the Republic of Namibia, of South Africa. The President of ANC and President of the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa. The Vice President of ANC and the Republic of South Africa, Comrade Paul Mashatile. And of course, the Secretary General of ANC, Comrade Fikile Mbalula. Comrade Chair, in the interest of time, I recognize the rank and file of ANC as well as the salutation established earlier. On behalf of SWAPO Party leadership, we wish to extend our word of gratitude and well-wishing to the entire membership of the ANC and the people of South Africa. The President of SWAPO Party and that of the Republic of Namibia, Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, on behalf of our liberation movement, SWAPO Party, acknowledge and highly appreciate the invitation to this generous historic event of ANC. In the same vein, Honorable Chair, Comrade Chair, I wish to extend the sincere apology from our Secretary General, Comrade Sophia Shaningwa, whom I personally standing in for. She wanted to be part of this historic gathering, but due to pressing commitment back home, as a week ago, we had a historic regional elections and municipal where her commitment is required in terms of deployment and secondment of elected office bearer to the second and the third tier of our national government. Therefore, accept her apology. Your Excellency, Comrade President, this noble invitation and convening of ANC National General Council coincide with our freshly ended regional and local authority elections, which was held on the 26th of November 2025, on which our governing party, SWAPO, through the election was close to 70% victory in both regional and municipal elections. Therefore, this trajectory victory signifies the trust and loyalty to the people of Namibia, our reformer liberation movement, SWAPO Party. Therefore, our attendance at this gathering came at the right time as we prepare to take a post-mortem of our freshly ended elections, as well as preparation of our induction training programs, as the new office bearers will be deployed in key positions at our third and second tier of our government. Therefore, the 4-day session will serve as an introduction to our induction program as we go back home. Our SG opted to send 2 representatives to come and tap wisdom from these noble gatherings. Comrade Chair, I'm therefore accompanied by esteemed Member of Parliament, who is also the deployee of the working class, the National Union of Namibian Workers, NUNW, in the name of Justine Jonas. She's there. Comrade Chairperson, we view the hosting of this event as a true reflection of good governance and acting on the will of the people and the entire population of South Africa. This event, under the theme, the renewal to make ANC effective instrument of the people to achieve vision of the Freedom Charter, and people shall govern, and the people shall share the country's wealth, speaks a lot. To conclude, dear comrades, on behalf of Namibian people, our president wished equally to extend the position of South Africa on hosting the G20, which ended up successfully with several declarations, and wish to confirm that Namibia as a country, we stand together with South Africa without fear or favor on both declaration. We equally also thank South Africa for hosting the just ended SACP forum, which was also officiated by the Vice President, Comrade Paul Mashatile, in KZN, of which I was also part of. To conclude, we wish also to congratulate the ANC for its performance during the recent by-election that was held countrywide in South Africa. That shows the trust they have. We wish you the best of all as we move closer to the mass-based outcome and resolution of the 5th General Council of ANC that will provide new energies and result guidance with our organization and established structure. Aluta! Aluta! Maibuye! Thank you, Comrade Chairperson.
Thank you. Zanupia, it's your turn now. You wouldn't. It's your speech, Sagabalong.
Long live President Cyril Ramaphosa, long live! Long live President Iti Mnangagwa, long live! Viva ANC, viva! Viva ZANU-PF, viva! Phansi ngabasizondayo. Comrade Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the ANC, kindly allow me to write on the protocols already established. Your Excellency, President Ramaphosa, I come to you carrying special revolutionary greetings from your brother, your comrade in arms, and your lifelong ally, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and the First Secretary of ZANU-PF, Comrade Iti Mnangagwa. Uti ninjani? I convey greetings from ZANU-PF to the ANC and the people of from the people of Zimbabwe to the people of South Africa, declaring that we are one people bound by a history that spans centuries and decades and sacred blood of our people. Comrades and friends, my delegation and I are most grateful, Your Excellency, for the hospitality we have received from the people of South Africa. We want to say thank you very much. Siyabulela. This reflects our profound and unbreakable relationship between ZANU-PF and ANC. Ours is not an ordinary relationship. It is bound by the trenches where Zimbabweans and South Africans fought side by side, shedding blood for the liberation of our people. That history is sacred. That solidarity is unshakable. We are one people. We share one vision, economical and political prosperity of our nations. Freedom Charter, though born in South Africa, is ours too. It inspired the whole continent of Africa. It spoke to the dreams of the oppressed Africans. It remains a guiding star for every progressive liberation movement that seeks dignity, justice, and economic emancipation of its people. Comrades and friends, from the powerful address delivered by President Ramaphosa yesterday and the panel discussion that followed, we had the same language that resonates across liberation movements. That is self-reliance, nation building, and sovereignty. We congratulate you, President Ramaphosa, and the people of South Africa for your leadership and that of the ANC, for the economic achievements and the registered economic growth despite all the challenges. In Zimbabwe, our president always says, "Nyika inovakwa neveni vayo, ilizwe lakhiwa ngabanikazi balo." A country is built by its people. This is exactly what the ANC is doing. Congratulations, Your Excellency. We commend the progress made towards fulfilling the Freedom Charter. As President Ramaphosa highlighted yesterday, your work is re-attracting the youth to the movement, demonstrating that liberation movements don't belong to yesterday. They also belong to generations to come. You are empowering young people and women, giving them space not only to participate, but to lead and to shape the ANC and drive the national agenda and to own the future of this great movement. The ANC is the future, just as ZANU-PF is the future in Zimbabwe. We have made the ANC, you have made the ANC attractive, Your Excellency. Again, a movement of ideas, solutions, hope, and renewal. With these achievements that you continue to register, we say with confidence, the ANC is leading today and will continue to lead for generations to come. Finally, comrades and friends, allow me to salute the people of South Africa under the stewardship of President Ramaphosa and this colossal revolutionary party, the ANC. Your voice on the international stage has become the voice of Africa. Your membership in the G20 and the BRICS is not only for South Africa, but for the whole continent. On behalf of His Excellency, the President, Dr. Emmerson Mnangagwa, and ZANU-PF, we reaffirm our support to this and our solidarity and our shared commitment to the liberation ethos that binds us. I would like to wish this Congress the greatest of all success. As your theme goes, indeed, the people will govern. The people will share the wealth of their country. Long live ANC, long live. Phansi ngabasizondayo. Ngiyabonga.
Viva Frelimo, viva! Viva ANC, viva! Thank you. Camara Chair, Camara President, allow me to speak in Portuguese. I have this boy here will help me in translation, please. Camarada Presidente Matamela Ciro Ramaphosa, Presidente do ANC e Presidente da África do Sul, I say, Comrade President Matamela Ciro Ramaphosa, President of ANC and President of South Africa, Comrade Paulo Mashatile, Vice President of ANC and Vice President of South Africa, my brother and my Secretary General of ANC, Camarada Fikile Mbalula, all observe the protocols, dear comrades. Now I'll start in Portuguese. Allow me, permita-me que, em nome do camarada presidente Daniel Francisco Chapo e em nome da Frelimo, possa me dirigir a esta importante reunião.
Allow me, in the name of the comrade President Daniel Chapo, to address to this conference.
Em nome da Frelimo, queremos expressar a nossa profunda gratidão pelo convite e pela oportunidade de participarmos neste importante encontro.
In the name of Frelimo, we want to express our profound greatness for the invitation for this meeting.
Esta reunião acontece no momento em que, em julho passado, realizamos a Cimeira dos Movimentos Libertadores da África Austral.
This meeting happens in a year that in July this year, we had a summit of the liberation countries of Africa.
Onde, de forma profunda, discutimos os desafios que temos aqui a nível da região.
In a profound way, we discussed the challenge that we have here in the region.
De forma particular, gostaríamos de saudar o ANC por organizar este evento e, de forma especial, na celebração do 60º aniversário da Carta da Liberdade.
In the formal way, we would like to congratulate ANC to organize this meeting and also to greet them for the occasion of the 7th anniversary of the Freedom Charter.
Este documento não só guiou a luta contra o apartheid, como também inspirou inúmeras gerações de África.
This document, it was not only the struggle against the apartheid, but also inspired countless generations across Africa to believe that political freedom must work side by side with economic justice and social equality.
That's it. A Carta da Liberdade permanece farol que continua a orientar todos que, com a Frelimo, acreditam numa África igual, desenvolvida e soberana.
The Freedom Charter remains a beacon that continues to guide all those who, like Frelimo, believe in Africa that is equal, development and sovereign.
Por isso, quero tomar esta oportunidade para saudar o camarada Ciro Ramaphosa pelo sucesso do G20.
That's why I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Comrade Ciro Ramaphosa for the success of the G20.
Não há dúvida que este sucesso reafirma o compromisso do ANC em implementar as principais decisões da Carta.
There is no doubt that this event reaffirms the compromise of ANC to go forward with later.
Queremos igualmente agradecer e saudar a visita a Moçambique.
We would like also to congratulate and thank for the visit in Mozambique.
Foi momento ímpar da nossa história.
It was a single moment in our history.
Como vizinhos,
as neighbors,
devemos trabalhar juntos para desenvolver os nossos países.
We have to work together to develop our countries.
As fronteiras que existem,
the borders that are alive,
foram impostas pelos outros.
They were made by others.
Nós somos único povo.
We are one people.
Por isso temos que continuar a trabalhar juntos.
That's why we have to continue working together.
Por isso é que gostaríamos de saudar esta reunião,
That's why I would like to greet this meeting,
em que a ANC junta pretende de forma profunda discutir de forma aberta os desafios da atualidade.
that ANC together wish to discuss in open way the situation of the ANC.
Quero reiterar o nosso compromisso, o compromisso da Frelimo e do presidente Chapo em continuarmos a trabalhar juntos.
I would like to call up the compromise of Frelimo and the President Chap to continue working together.
A vitória do ANC é a nossa vitória.
The victory of ANC is our victory.
Por isso é que temos que trabalhar juntos
That's why we have to work together
para vencermos os desafios que nós temos.
to overcome the challenge that we have.
Os tempos não são fáceis.
The times are not easy.
O inimigo do passado permanece forte.
The enemy of the past is stronger now,
Com outros métodos
with the new methods,
mais sofisticados,
more sophisticated,
influenciando a juventude,
influencing the youth,
usando o sistema financeiro,
using the financial system,
algumas organizações sociais
some social organizations,
para retirar os partidos, o movimento libertadores do poder.
to take out our parts and power.
Por isso temos que trabalhar juntos
That's why we have to work together
e temos que estar unidos.
and we have to be united.
Permitam-me terminar,
Allow me to finalize,
porque muito já foi dito pelos que me antecederam.
because a lot have been said for the ones that came before me.
Permitam-me terminar deixando aqui, partilhando convosco, 3 importantes mensagens.
Allow me to finish sharing with you 3 important messages
que normalmente como africanos chamamos de provérbios.
That normally as Africans we call it proverbs.
O primeiro,
The first one,
que é moçambicano,
that's Mozambican.
diz o seguinte:
It says so.
só se come açúcar
You only eat sugar
com quem comeste sal.
with the ones you ate salt.
Isso é muito importante
That's very important,
para que a gente não se esqueça daqueles que trabalharam conosco nos momentos de dificuldade.
so that we don't forget the ones who have to work with us in the struggle moments.
Temos que estar juntos até hoje,
We have to be together until today.
no momento da bonança,
Where is the time of abundance?
para juntos partilharmos as nossas conquistas.
So that together we can share our conquers.
O segundo,
The second,
diz que quando não existe um inimigo no nosso interior,
it says that if we don't have enemy inside,
os inimigos de fora
the outside enemies,
jamais conseguirão nos derrotar.
they will never defeat us.
Isso é importante,
That's important,
porque reforça a nossa união,
because it reinforces our union,
a nossa coesão.
our cohesion.
Por mais que tenhamos problemas,
Whenever we have problems,
por mais que tenhamos desafios,
even we have challenge,
nunca devemos colocar em causa a nossa união.
we never put in curse our union.
Nunca devemos colocar em causa a nossa
We
coesão.
never put in case our union.
O último provérbio,
The last one, the last proverb,
acredito que se assemelha do que se diz também cá na África do Sul.
I think it's almost the same with what they say here in South Africa.
Não importa quanto longa seja a noite,
It doesn't matter how long is the night,
o dia certamente virá.
for sure the day is going to come.
Pelo que percebi aqui,
With what I understand here,
tentando traduzir,
trying to translate,
Jesu afika kusene.
o Jesu fica kusene.
É importante
It's important
que todos percebamos,
that we all understand,
por mais que sejam grandes nossos desafios,
whenever it's a huge our challenge,
ainda há esperança do dia de amanhã.
we still have hope for tomorrow.
E é importante
And it's important
que permanecemos juntos e unidos.
that we remain together and united.
Queremos mais uma vez dizer muito obrigado por esta oportunidade.
We'd like to say once again, thank you very much for this
Em
opportunity.
nome do presidente Chapo e em nome da Frelimo.
In the name of President Chapo, in the name of Frelimo.
A luta continua!
The struggle continuing.
A luta! A luta! A luta! Long live President Cyril Ramaphosa! Long live President Chapo.
Long live.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado. Thank you very much.
Mamelani ke ngoku. We're all going to break for lunch. But before we do that, let's acknowledge the following people. The Communist Party of Cuba. Send a message, and the ambassador of Cuba is here. The State of Palestine, send us a message, and the ambassador is here. Okay. Viva! Polisario Front. Ndiyayazi ke kuthiwa Polisario Front anizuyazi. Uninzi lwenu zange niye Dihla. Sivele Dihla tu. Ise Western Sahara. Isithumele message and ithumele ambassador apha. Venezuela is a foreign minister. Ambassador, hlalani phansi. Ningavinga aba basemva kwami kuphethe mina apha. Venezuela, despite the siege under which President Maduro is, send an ambassador here from Venezuela. Now, at least Trump has confessed that if Venezuela has more oil than anybody else, has more oil even than Saudi Arabia. So that is really the issue that is there. Okay. Then let's acknowledge the following ambassadors as Koyo Abba. Algeria ikona. China ikona. Egypt ikona. France ikona. Iran ikona. Nicaragua ikona. Russia ikona. Singapore ithumele ambassador. United States of America ithumele umuntu apha. Ayikabina ambassador kodwa ithumele umuntu imelwe apha. United States of America. Vietnam ikona. FES, Frederick Ebert Stiftung ikona. young women of Africa, young women of Africa, and Wabun, okay, Center for Africa Strategy in BRICS. Okay. So we're acknowledging everybody. There's one thing that is important, including alliance partners. You are going to participate fully in the commissions. So you have an opportunity to argue your point in the commission. There will be no chairperson like me to protect you there. If you say things that make people angry, you may be thrown out of the commission. I have no control over that. Eh? Okay, let's do this. Let's break for lunch. Mamela, before you announce him and Ted, Nizabalapa at 3:30. So nigga an hour and some minutes. Because nibaninzi nomvula announce ke venue ze lunch. Okay.
Amandla, thank you very much, National Chair. The following are the venues for delegates, for guests who are going to be guided by the protocol representatives that have been assigned to our allies and to the guests that the National Chair just acknowledged. The OR Tambo Hall, Free State, Eastern Cape, Gauteng and Limpopo. You will have your lunch at the OR Tambo Hall. And next to the OR Tambo Hall, which is the Clovers Green, it's Mpumalanga, Northwest and Northern Cape. Then opposite Clovers Green, Serengeti, you have the Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. Lunch for NEC and former NEC members will be in Cape Town in the International Center, right on the opposite side. And then lunch for Veterans League, NEC, as well as our international guests, will be at King Shaka International. Thank you very much.
Kan mamelani. Yabona ke kweza indawo niswa kuzo Provincial. Nenza lento ukuphuma kuthethwa. Akathi waphumani. Uzacakisa indaweni yakuzo. Then kuzawuthwa formally wajeniwe na ubuya ngo-first 3. Molo bata. Molo bata.
And as I close, Chair, our members will be on the ground assisting the ANC to strengthen itself as members of the ANC to win elections. But at the same time, they've got a task of building a socialist movement, and they will be driving that socialist movement to elections. Mandla!
The SACP's decision to go it alone next year has not been received well by delegates here at the ANC's National General Council. When Madala Masugu was talking about the SACP going it alone, they started banging their tables where they are currently seated. Some had heard those light boos there from those particular delegates of the African National Congress. The SACP and the ANC have not been able to reach a compromise for the SACP to no longer contend or contest in local government elections alone next year. The president of the African National Congress, in his political overview report, detailed how this National General Council will have to deliberate and formulate a position by the African National Congress on how they are going to relate with the SACP going forward, particularly when it comes to the dual membership of the two organizations, when it comes to election campaigns next year, and when it comes to the election war room, whether do they share strategies or not, because effectively the SACP will be their opposition. One leader of the SACP was also an NEC member of the ANC that we spoke with. He questioned whether the SACP will be able to have a branch that will campaign in areas such as Umkhanyakude in KwaZulu-Natal, as an example, in Ulundi, in Bergville, whether they will have those particular branches to be able to have a wall-to-wall coverage in the country of all the over 4,000 wards that are currently there within the country, saying that he doubts the SACP has that particular manpower and financial power to match organizations such as the ANC, the Economic Freedom Fighters, and other organizations when it comes to this particular issue of contesting elections alone, saying this model of the SACP needs to be re-looked at. But the GS of the SACP, Solima Africa Mapaila, is having none of that, and having gone to dissolve a province such as KwaZulu-Natal led by Themba Mthembu, which was speaking against these particular issues, raising them that they don't have that wall-to-wall manpower to contest every ward, and in particular in a province like KwaZulu-Natal where they've been hammered by the Umkhonto weSizwe party, where the ANC has been basically whitewashed by the MK party. It will only dwindle the so-called progressive vote even further. In Limpopo, where the SACP has contested in a ward which constitutes about 100 people, they have not even been able to get above 70 votes in an election where they contested in Peter Mukaba in Sishiro.
of the credentials. I'm looking everywhere else except the NEC. Bumalanga, Wanomuvayo, Northern Cape, North Cape.
Thank you, National Chair. My name is Fufe Makato from the Northern Cape, a delegate. I want to move that the council adopts the credentials as presented.
Okay, thank you, North Cape. Any seconder? What province is that? What province is that? Come to the mic.
Chair, National Chair, you had already noted in Mpumalanga.
Ima Mpumalanga. Sikubiza kungama. Mpumalanga siyibiza sayincama. Mayime ngoku.
Chairperson Kunjuzwa Eunice Kekana from the Veterans League, I second the acceptance of the credentials.
Seconded by the Veterans League. Any objection? Any objection? No objection? Credentials adopted. Okay. Tumvula, agenda.
Good afternoon, Comrade President, again. Comrades, we have the agenda before us. You can also get it online on our QR platform. And it has also been posted in the group of the provincial secretaries by the SG last night. Day one, which is Monday the 8th today, we had already started with the program for today. We are now on the presentation of the program that is going to continue today until Comrade DSG2 presents the report or the briefing on the commissions after the main report by the SG on the midterm, followed by the Secretary General's report, the Treasurer's General report, and then the base document by Comrade Makura. Then we will adjourn, comrades, and go and have our dinner and come back to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. The venue will be here. We will go back to our respective areas where we had dinner, then come back and we have the Freedom Charter night that is going to be addressed by the President, where we will also celebrate our centenarians, as well as celebrating Ubabu Chulo, who we could not actually do any activity as the African National Congress with him and yourselves. Then rapporteurs will then go and meet to prepare for the following day. On Tuesday, all of us must report at 9 o'clock to our respective commissions. All our commissions are going to deliberate on one topic, which is the balance of force on the commissions on the state of the NDR and balance of forces, what needs to be done. Then we have the meeting that is going to be convened by DSG2, and we then come back with a consolidated report on that matter. On day 3, commissions are now going to break and discuss as per what we know as subcommittees of the National Executive Committee. Then we will come back to plenary at 7:30, 1900 hours, 30 minutes. Then on Thursday, which is our last day, we will start at 9 again and finish with a prayer, as we started with a prayer, after the presentation by the SG of the declaration, having received outstanding reports from the various commissions. You are all expected to be in attendance, and then we'll have the closing address by Comrade President. Hereafter, we're going to have a closed session. Siyanicela nani ma comrade, don't record what is called a closed session. It's a closed session even with your smartphone. Thank you very much. Comrade Chair, I therefore present the program for the National General Council.
where the ANC lost substantial ground. Against this backdrop, the National General Council provides a critical opportunity for honest reflection, strategic assessment, and renewal. It allows the movement to evaluate the implications of the 2024 outcome for both the NDR and the motive forces, and to assess the work undertaken since the 55th National Conference. The objective is for the NGC to emerge with clarity of direction for the future trajectory of both the organization and the country. The 55th National Conference reaffirmed the strategic objective of the National Democratic Revolution as the resolution of the intertwined contradictions of racial oppression, women's oppression, and class super-exploitation rooted in colonialism of a special type. This objective is pursued through the fundamental transformation of South Africa into a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous society, founded in the values of the Freedom Charter and the Constitution. At its core, the ANC's mission remains the building of a better life for all South Africans. The ANC's historical mission did not change when it came into government in 1994, nor should it change because of the 2024 strategic setback. The Constitution of the ANC reaffirms enduring objectives that include uniting all the people, eradicating apartheid in all its forms, defending democratic gains, fighting social injustice and inequality, promoting inclusive economic development, advancing women's emancipation, building national unity and supporting the rights of children and persons with disabilities. When the NEC assumed office in January 2023, it did so conscious of the renewed mandate granted in 2019 to restore democratic institutions and return the country to a path of transformation, growth, and development. Guided by the resolutions of the 55th National Conference, the National Executive Committee identified two overarching objectives for its term: to defend and advance the gains of freedom and the National Democratic Revolution, and to rebuild the unity of the people, the ANC, the Alliance, and the broader democratic movement through renewal. Major developments 2022 to 2025. This midterm report assesses progress since the ANC's 55th National Conference against the strategic objectives of the National Democratic Revolution. At its core, the NDR remains focused on achieving fundamental socio-economic transformation and creating a better life for all. The primary yardstick for this assessment is the lived condition of the motive forces of the revolution and the extent to which the historic legacies of apartheid, colonialism, and patriarchy, poverty, unemployment, and inequality are being resolved across their racial, gendered, class-based, and spatial dimensions. South Africa's demographic profile has continued to evolve over this period. By the end of 2022, the population stood at approximately 62 million, rising to 63.1 million by mid-2025. A defining structural feature remains extreme spatial concentration. Nearly 57% of South Africans reside in Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape, which together generate over 63% of the national growth domestic product. This alignment between population density and economic power continues to shape migration, infrastructure pressure, labor markets, and the unequal distribution of opportunity. Although the youth bulge is stabilizing, young people remain the country's largest population cohort. The 20.8 million South Africans aged 15 to 35 constitute 33.1% of the population, followed by adults aged 35 to 59 at 19.2 million, children aged 0 to 14 at 16.5 million, and older persons above 60 at 6.6 million. This structure confirms that the future of the NDR will be decisively shaped by whether young people are integrated in economic, social, and political life. The 2025 Statistics South Africa report on the social profile of youth presents a sobering reality. Youth unemployment remains the single greatest structural crisis. It rose from 36.8% in 2014 to 45.5% in 2024, reflecting weak growth, low labor absorption, and persistent skills mismatches. Rising hunger is also disproportionately affecting youth, with food security increasing from 13.5% in 2014 to 15.8% in 2023. There have been notable improvements in youth living conditions. The proportion of youth living in formal housing rose from 79.6% to 84% by 2023, particularly in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. However, safety remains a major concern. While over 81% of youth felt safe during the day in 2024, fewer than 1/3 felt safe at night. Young men aged 16 to 34 face the highest exposure to violent crime, theft, and street robbery. Educational participation has improved but remains uneven. About 75% of youth were enrolled in some form of education in 2024. Higher education participation rose modestly from 11.9% to 13.2%, still below the National Development Plan target of 16%. Youth with tertiary education remain the least likely to be unemployed, confirming the economic value of education. However, enrollment in TVET colleges declined slightly, while growth in other colleges and adult education has not kept pace with demand. The period also marks 30 years since the Beijing Women's Conference of 1995, a turning point in global gender equality, yet progress remains slow. The 2025 Global Gender Gap Report shows that across 100 countries, a gender gap of more than 30% persists across employment, political power, education, and health. UN Women estimates that full parity is still 70 years away without decisive intervention. In South Africa, women now constitute 51.1% of the population and head 42.3% of households. Female-headed households are more common in rural areas, reflecting the enduring legacy of migrant labor and the disproportionate burden of care work on women. Since 1994, South Africa has made significant gains in social policy and human development. Life expectancy reached 64 years for men and 69.6 years for women by 2025. HIV and AIDS interventions have saved millions of lives, yet HIV prevalence among women aged 15 to 49 rose from 21.3% in 2019 to 23.6% in 2025, exposing deep structural vulnerability. South Africa's progress in women's education is among the most striking democratic achievements. Women now dominate enrollment across most education levels, with the country ranking first globally for women's educational participation in 2025. However, labor market outcomes remain deeply unequal. Women's unemployment increased from 27.3% in 2015 to 35.9% in 2025. Most employed women are concentrated in social services, trade, finance, and domestic work. The historic demand for equal pay, articulated in 1954, remains far from realized. South Africa ranks 111th globally on the gender wage gap. Gender-based violence and femicide remain one of the gravest threats of women's emancipation. Declared a national crisis in 2019, GBVF persists despite legislative reforms, the establishment of a national strategic plan, and the creation of a statutory GBV Council. Women's political representation regressed after the 2024 elections. Women now hold 171 of 400 parliamentary seats and only 14 of 32 cabinet positions, down from parity in the previous administration. South Africa's political economy remains shaped by apartheid, colonial, and patriarchal legacies, but the social composition of the motive forces has changed significantly. The working class expanded in absolute terms, with employment of more than doubling from 8 million in 1994 to about 16.8 million by 2025. However, growth occurred mainly in services, construction, and public employment, rather than in mining and manufacturing, which declined due to mechanization, instability, and global competition. The rise of outsourcing, casualization, and informal work has fundamentally transformed labor relations. Many workers now exist in low-wage, insecure employment without benefits. This has produced a growing class of the working poor and a broader precariat. Over 3 decades, South Africa's once cohesive labor movement fragmented significantly. COSATU split, giving rise to SAFTU and other formations. Union density declined, particularly among young and informal workers. This erosion weakens one of the historic pillars of the National Democratic Revolution. Alongside the employed working class, the unemployed have grown into a massive social stratum. Persistent high unemployment condemns millions, especially youth, to poverty, dependence, and social exclusion. The social wage remains a critical buffer. Free basic services, public health care, housing and income support prevent deeper social collapse. However, high dependence on the state leaves communities vulnerable when services fall, and exclusion from economic participation increases exposure to crime, populism, and political alienation. Urbanization and secular migration between rural and urban areas continue to shape working class livelihoods. Historically, the rural and urban poor formed the backbone of ANC support. This loyalty is now under strain as material conditions stagnate or deteriorate. Rural South Africa, especially former Bantustan areas, remains among the most marginalized regions. While democracy delivered clinics, roads, electricity, and social grants, many rural municipalities are now fiscally distressed and struggle to sustain services due to poverty and weak administrative capacity. The land question remains central to rural transformation. Secure tenure and productive land remain out of reach for millions. Though black farmers now account for about 10% of agricultural output, contributing increasingly to food security and exports. Traditional leaders remain influential in rural governance. And while relations with the ANC are broadly cooperative, tensions persist around women's land rights. One of the most significant structural shifts since 1994 has been the expansion of the black middle strata. By 2018, roughly half of the country's middle-income population was black. This represents a profound transformation of class structure. However, governance failures, corruption, and slow economic reform have eroded ANC support among this group. While the white middle strata largely consolidated behind opposition parties, renewal therefore requires fresh approaches to engaging both the working class and the middle strata. The expansion of the social wage remains one of the most decisive achievements of the NDR. By 2024, over 90% of households had access to electricity, nearly 88% to piped water, and over 83% to improved sanitation. Yet the limits of social policy have become evident amid economic stagnation. The COVID-19 shock and the Ukraine war, food insecurity rose sharply, with 27% of households facing moderate to severe hunger by 2023. Children remain the most vulnerable. In response, the 7th administration launched a coordinated national effort to combat hunger and malnutrition, reaffirming food security as a core national priority. Spatial inequality remains one of the most stubborn remnants of apartheid. The adoption of the National Spatial Development Framework 2050 in 2023 represents a strategic attempt to reverse this inheritance by integrating urban and rural development, strengthening development corridors, expanding infrastructure, and promoting ecological sustainability. Therefore, while the transformation journey since 1994 has delivered undeniable social and human development gains, deep structural challenges persist. The National Democratic Revolution, therefore, comrades, remains incomplete. Its continuation depends on decisive leadership, ethical governance, economic renewal, and the full remobilization of the motive forces around a renewed vision of shared prosperity. Major global events and trends emerging from the COVID-19 pandemic that gripped the world and South Africa from the end of 2019. The period since the 55th National Conference, 2022 to 2025, has been marked by profound global disruptions and structural shifts that continue to reshape geopolitics, economics, technology, and the international governance landscape. For the ANC, the Alliance, and the mass democratic movement, these developments from the strategic backdrop against which national priorities, organizational renewal, and international engagement must be understood. The world has entered an era defined simultaneously by technological acceleration, heightened geopolitical contestation, climate instability, and competing visions of global governance. The rapid advance of artificial intelligence since 2022 has transformed global production systems, labor markets, and economic competition. The scale of computational power required for AI has dramatically increased global demand for energy, critical minerals, and rare earth metals, intensifying competition for access to Africa's mineral resources with significant regional and geopolitical implications. At the same time, the convergence of finance capital, big technology, and political power has accelerated. Large technology corporations now wield influence comparable to sovereign actors. While financial markets have aligned themselves with this technological consolidation, this has created new forms of global inequality and reinforced the dominance of developed economies within the digital capitalist order. Multilateralism has come under sustained attack as major powers increasingly undermine global institutions, particularly the United Nations, WTO, and World Health Organization, in favor of unilateral action and exclusive blocs. South Africa, led by President Ramaphosa, used its presidency of 2025 G20 Summit, held under the theme, Equality, Solidarity, and Sustainability, to make a progressive intervention in this global conjuncture. The theme resonated widely, reflecting global demands for a more just economic order, fairer financial systems, and inclusive digital transformation. The period has also seen the continued rise of right-wing populism across Europe, North America, Latin America, and parts of Asia. Economic stagnation, cultural polarization, and declining trust in democratic institutions have fueled narrow nationalism, anti-immigration sentiment, and attacks on pluralism. A number of regional crises threaten to escalate into broader geopolitical conflicts, including the Russia-Ukraine war, Israel's continued genocidal assault on the Palestinian people despite recent peace agreements, and the intensifying strategic rivalry between the United States and China in the Indo-Pacific region. Despite continental commitments to silence the guns, Africa has experienced significant conflicts and instability. These interconnected developments influence migration patterns, economic prospects, and the broader strategic environment for SADC and the continent. The world, including South Africa, has faced intensifying climate-related disasters, heat waves, floods, droughts, and cyclones, disrupting livelihoods and food systems. Notwithstanding domestic challenges, the period has seen notable improvements in South Africa, including the end of load shedding in 2024. South Africa's exit from the FATF grey list, economic growth, and increased investment levels. These developments can help re-anchor confidence, even as socio-economic pressures related to poverty, unemployment, and inequality persist and demand urgent coordinated interventions. For the ANC, the Alliance, and the MDM, this global context, comrades, underscores the necessity of strategic clarity, organizational renewal, strengthened state capacity, and principled internationalism. ANC renewal. The ANC emerged as a product of a specific historical moment in the evolution of resistance against colonialism. At every critical historical juncture, the ANC demonstrated an ability to adapt to new conditions, mobilize the people, and position itself at the forefront of popular resistance. This capacity for adaptation and self-renewal is therefore not new. It is intrinsic to the ANC's historical identity and revolutionary character. Following its unbanning in 1990, the movement confronted one of the most complex phases in its history. It was required to rebuild a mass legal presence inside the country after 3 decades of exile, while simultaneously negotiating the political future of South Africa, confronting third force violence, and preparing for democratic elections. This was a period marked by extraordinary organizational discipline, unity of purpose, and strategic clarity. These qualities enabled the ANC to lead South Africa's peaceful transition to democracy in 1994. After securing an overwhelming mandate in the first democratic elections, the ANC used the transition period as a strategic beachhead to begin the transformation of South African society. This phase included the introduction of the Reconstruction and Development Program to address the basic needs of the majority, the dismantling of the apartheid legal and administrative system, the negotiation and adoption of a progressive constitution in 1996, the establishment of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the enactment of transformative labor legislation, affirmative action, and broad-based black economic empowerment, and the reintegration of South Africa into the African continent and the international community. During this period, the ANC commanded overwhelming electoral support. It secured more than 2/3 of the popular vote in both the 1999 and 2004 national elections. These victories reflected not only political dominance, but also deep social legitimacy, which was rooted in the organization's historical role in liberation and its early achievements in improving the material conditions of the people. However, from the mid-2000s onward, the organization began to experience a slow erosion of public trust. Whilst the ANC retained strong majorities in successive elections in 2009, 2014, and 2019, the quality of governance and the organization's moral standing increasingly came under strain. The 2016 local government elections marked a decisive turning point when the ANC lost its majority in key metropolitan municipalities such as Johannesburg, Tshwane, Ekurhuleni, and Nelson Mandela Bay. By 2021, ANC support had fallen below 50% in local government, nationally, for the first time. The 2024 national and provincial elections confirmed this downward trajectory, when the ANC's national support dropped to around 40%, forcing the formation of coalition governments and leading the NEC to characterize the outcome as a strategic setback for the National Democratic Revolution. This decline, comrades, was not accidental. It was driven by a combination of corruption, state capture, governance failures, service delivery breakdowns, economic stagnation, persistently high unemployment, and growing social alienation. This development severely undermined the ANC's moral authority and weakened its connection with key sections of the motive forces, particularly the youth and sections of the working and middle classes. These 3 decades after democracy, South African society has evolved profoundly. It has become more urbanized, more digitally connected, more socially complex, and more globally integrated. At the same time, the ANC has accumulated deep internal weaknesses. This includes declining organizational discipline, factionalism driven by access to resources rather than ideological contestation, the entrenchment of patronage networks, widespread corruption, weakened grassroots structures, and growing distance between leaders and communities. Renewal, comrades, is therefore no longer optional. It is an existential imperative for the survival of the organization and the continuation of the National Democratic Revolution. The ANC recognizes that renewal is not about nostalgia or rhetorical recommitment to the past. It is about rebuilding political, organizational, and ethical capacity to lead in a radically changing world shaped by digital transformation, climate change, shifting global power relations, and new patterns of social mobilization. The organization must remain fundamentally future-oriented. If it becomes trapped in its heroic past, it will lose relevance to new generations. The challenge of renewal is not unique to the ANC. Other long-established liberation movements and progressive parties across the world have faced similar crises. The renewal of the Communist Party of Vietnam through the Doi Moi reforms demonstrated how a liberation movement in power can undertake deep political, economic, and organizational renewal and achieve sustained growth, poverty reduction, and national development. European social democratic parties, too, have been forced to engage in continual reinvention following electoral defeat. These experiences show that renewal is a long-term, systemic process that requires ideological clarity, institutional reform, leadership discipline, economic innovation, and sustained mass engagement. Against this backdrop, the ANC has articulated a renewal mission structured around 2 interlinked objectives. The first is to reroute the ANC among the people as their servant, with ethical and capable cadres working alongside communities to address their daily struggles. The second is to harness the natural and human endowments of South Africa to accelerate the resolution of unemployment, poverty, and inequality, and to build a sovereign, united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous African state. To achieve this, the organization must strengthen its grassroots structures, renew its organizational culture, restore ideological depth, rebuild ethical leadership, modernize its systems of governance, and communication, ensure financial sustainability, and institutionalize accountability and performance management. The ANC undertakes this renewal from a position of vulnerability. Internally, there are forces driven by personal accumulation rather than public service. Externally, domestic and global anti-transformation forces seek to exploit the organization's weaknesses to reverse the gains of the democratic project. This vulnerability places the ANC at a historic crossroads. It can retreat defensively into factionalism and denial, or it can undertake a decisive strategic reset. The 55th National Conference provided a framework for the renewal by mandating the NEC to address the deterioration of membership quality, conduct a membership audit, rebuild branches, strengthen cadre development, entrench non-racialism and non-sexism, intensify the fight against corruption, strengthen accountability and performance frameworks, renew leadership selection processes, mobilize motive forces and sectors, improve election campaign capacity, and strengthen the tripartite alliance. These resolutions, comrades, form the operational backbone of the current renewal program. One of the most significant renewal interventions since 2022 has been the introduction of the ANC Foundation course, launched formally in October 2024. This course represents the most comprehensive political education program in decades. It seeks to ensure that all ANC members understand the organization's history, mission, values, revolutionary morality, the constitution, governance systems, the role of branches, and the contemporary national and global context. Within a year of its launch, more than 125,000 members had participated across all provinces and levels of leadership. Where implemented with seriousness, the foundation course has already strengthened. The foundation course, where implemented with seriousness, the foundation course has already strengthened discipline, unity, and political clarity. However, in some areas, it has been treated as a compliance exercise, particularly where comrades were under pressure to meet conference deadlines. The renewal of branches, comrades, remains a central pillar of organizational revival. Since the 1997 National Conference, the ANC has emphasized the concept of the activist branch as the primary site of community organization and mobilization. However, over time, many branches became functional only during leadership contests and conference periods. To address this, the branch functionality barometer was developed and piloted in 2023 during the Solplaki Awards, with full national rollout taking place in 2025. By the time of the NGC, more than 860 branches had completed the audit, although participation varied significantly across provinces. The barometer is intended to entrench a culture of routine reporting, community engagement, and constitutional compliance, thereby breaking the cycle of conference branches and restoring the ANC as a permanent presence in the daily lives of communities. To strengthen accountability and performance, the ANC has re-established its policy, monitoring and evaluation capacity. Annual reports by the Secretary General have been reinstated since 2023, restoring a culture of organizational reporting. An outcome-based manifesto monitoring framework has been introduced to track implementation of the 2024 manifesto, the local government action plan, and the 10-point economic action plan. An accountability framework has also been adopted, which guided the first ANC leadership baseline survey in 2024. This survey revealed encouraging participation by NEC and PEC members, but worrying low participation by regional executive committees, despite their critical role in overseeing branches and local government. Reviews of councillors, MPs, and MPLs are now underway as part of strengthening performance management across the organization. However, the absence of effective consequence management remains a structural weakness. The development of a comprehensive consequence management framework is therefore an urgent priority. The ANC Vision 2032, developed through the work of the first Renewal Commission, articulates a long-term vision for the movement's future. Although it was not fully debated at the 55th National Conference due to time constraints, it now informs the policy discussions at this NGC. The re-establishment of the Political Education Department, the strengthening of the O.R. Tambo School of Leadership, and participation in the Julius Nyerere School of Leadership form part of a renewed effort to deepen ideological capacity and develop cadres who can navigate complex challenges such as economic transformation, social inequality, digitalization, climate change, and global geopolitics. The report further situates the current renewal effort within a long historical cycle of organizational adaptation since 1994. In response, the NEC has now appointed a second renewal commission to guide the implementation of the renewal mission, monitor progress, and report regularly to the officials and the NEC. The mandate of this commission is to ensure that renewal permeates all 5 pillars of the national democratic revolution: the state, the economy, the ANC, and the motive forces, the battle of ideas, and international work. The strategic task ahead is therefore to rebuild the ANC as an ethical, disciplined, people-centered organization that is capable of governing effectively and leading society through a new phase of transformation. The ANC now stands at a historical crossroads. The renewal mission is not merely an internal organizational exercise. It is a national political imperative. Either the movement undertakes deep, sustained, and irreversible renewal, or it takes risks of irreversible decline. Only a renewed ANC, rooted among the people and guided by integrity, competence, and vision, can continue to lead South Africa towards the national democratic society envisaged in the Freedom Charter. The 2024 elections and the government of national unity. The strategic objective of the African National Congress remains the creation of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, prosperous, and democratic South Africa. At every historic moment, the ANC has sought to creatively adapt its methods in order to advance the interests of the people and the broader project of the national democratic revolution. The 2024 national and provincial elections represent one such historic juncture, requiring not only sober reflection but bold tactical innovation. The ANC does not contest elections merely to occupy positions in government or to enjoy the privileges of office. It contests elections in order to secure a popular mandate to govern and to use state power as a lever for socio-economic transformation. State power, comrades, is central to the implementation of the NDR because only through government authority can the redistribution of resources, large-scale development, social protection, and institutional reform be realized. For this reason, electoral setbacks carry profound consequences for transformation. The electoral decline of the ANC did not begin in 2024. It unfolded over a decade. starting with the loss of key metropolitan municipalities in the 2016 local government elections. This setback was deepened in 2021, when more than 80 municipalities emerged as hung councils following the local elections. These developments signaled growing urban dissatisfaction, governance failures, and declining public confidence in the movement. The 2024 elections, therefore, represent the culmination of a longer process of erosion in electoral support rather than a sudden rupture. Nevertheless, the scale and implications of the 2024 outcome marked a historic break with the post-1994 pattern of ANC dominance. The 29 May 2024 national and provincial elections were among the most fiercely contested in South Africa's democratic history. Politically, the ANC faced an unprecedented ideological and organizational onslaught. Powerful domestic and international forces aligned around a shared objective to remove the liberation movement entirely from state power. This objective united an array of right-wing parties, breakaway formations from the liberation movement, sections of the corporate media, and the globally networked conservative interest. New political parties emerged with significant funding and media visibility, explicitly positioned as vehicles to break the ANC's hold on national government. The election was therefore not only a contest between parties, but a struggle over the direction of South Africa's transformation project itself. For the first time since 1994, the ANC failed to secure an outright majority at the national level. The party's support dropped to approximately 40%, down sharply from 57% in 2019. The ANC also fell below 50% in its two most economically and demographically significant provinces, Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. In Gauteng, the ANC secured about 34.7% of the vote, while in KwaZulu-Natal it fell to a historic low of approximately 17%. The Northern Cape narrowly slipped below the majority threshold as well. However, the ANC retained outright majorities in Limpopo, the Eastern Cape, Northwest, the Free State, and Mpumalanga. The Democratic Alliance consolidated control in the Western Cape, while Umkhonto weSizwe secured a majority in KwaZulu-Natal. The outcome reflected the deepening urban-rural divide in electoral behavior and confirmed the long-term trend of declining ANC support in metropolitan centers. The National Executive Committee correctly characterized the 2024 election outcome as a strategic setback for the ANC and the broader democratic movement. The movement's hegemony was seriously weakened, and for the first time since the transition, state power came close to shifting entirely out of the hands of the liberation forces. Such a development, comrades, would have carried devastating implications for the project of building a national democratic society, particularly in relation to transformation of property relations, social policy, and South Africa's progressive foreign policy posture. The immediate aftermath of the elections was marked by heightened political tension and institutional risk. A grouping of parties led by MKP made unsubstantiated allegations of widespread electoral fraud and issued thinly veiled threats of unrest should the Independent Electoral Commission release the final results as scheduled. The rhetoric was inflammatory and created an atmosphere of anxiety and instability. Despite this pressure, the IEC fulfilled its constitutional responsibility and announced the official results on the 2nd of June, 2024. From that point, responsibility shifted decisively to political parties represented in Parliament to determine the future configuration of the state under radically altered political conditions. Despite the loss of its majority, the ANC remained the single largest party in the National Assembly, in keeping with its historical mission and its constitutional obligations. The ANC moved swiftly to stabilize the political environment and prevent a descent into uncertainty or institutional paralysis. At its meeting on the 6th of June, 2024, the National Executive Committee considered the implications of the election results and identified 3 immediate objectives: to promote national unity and stability, to safeguard the continued use of state power in advancing the strategic goals of the NDR, and to open space for rebuilding public confidence and trust, particularly among the motive forces. To achieve these objectives, the National Executive Committee evaluated 4 possible post-election scenarios. The first option was for the ANC to move into opposition. This option was rejected as a dereliction of national and revolutionary duty. No serious liberation movement voluntarily abandons state power while remaining the largest party, particularly when the transformation project remains incomplete and under threat. Even right-wing parties seek state power as an instrument for advancing their own agendas. It will therefore be irrational for a progressive movement to surrender that instrument at the moment of historic vulnerability. The second option, comrades, considered was the formation of a grand coalition with 1 or 2 large parties, such as the Democratic Alliance, the Economic Freedom Fighters, or MKP. This option was rejected because it would have allowed a single coalition partner to exercise veto power over policy, fundamentally distorting the strategic program of the ANC and holding the movement hostage to the agenda of a rival force. The third option was to govern through a minority government, supported by shifting confidence and supply arrangements. While superficially attractive, this option was rejected on the grounds of instability. A minority government would have been perpetually vulnerable to parliamentary defeat, transactional bargaining, and policy paralysis. The fourth option was the formation of an inclusive government of national unity. After extensive debate, this option was adopted unanimously by the National Executive Committee as the most responsible and viable tactical response to the new balance of forces. The GNU was viewed as the only mechanism capable of ensuring political stability, preserving continuity of state functions, and defending the strategic core of the transformation agenda in a fragmented political environment. Drawing on historical precedents, including the first GNU of the early democratic period, the NEC understood the formation of a unity government as a tactical intervention rather than a strategic compromise. The ANC's long-term objectives remained unchanged. The GNU was not adopted to retain power for its own sake, but to prevent a dangerous power vacuum, protect democratic gains, and maintain momentum in the transformation program. Tactically, the ANC recognized that unity governments embody the dialectic of unity and struggle, containing inherent contradictions that require constant political management. In line with the coalition framework adopted in April 2023, pursuant to resolutions of the 55th National Conference, the NEC appointed a negotiating team led by the national officials. This team was tasked with engaging all parliamentary parties, developing a minimum program for the GNU, defining governance modalities, and securing commitment to a shared framework of cooperation. These efforts resulted in the signing of a GNU statement of intent by the ANC and 10 other parties, although one later withdrew. On 14th June 2024, President Cyril Ramaphosa was duly re-elected and the Speaker of Parliament was chosen through the same inclusive process. By 30th June 2024, a GNU cabinet had been appointed, marking one of the fastest post-election government formations in a democratic history. The ANC has consistently framed the GNU as a temporary tactical instrument arising from a specific balance of forces rather than a shift in strategic orientation. The movement has remained clear that its identity as a liberation movement and its commitment to the NDR have not changed. The GNU is understood as an adaptive response to a strategic setback, not as an abandonment of core principles. As the largest party in parliament and the leader of the GNU, the ANC retained control of most of the key ministries, central to the execution of the transformation agenda. This position placed immense responsibility on ANC ministers, deputy ministers, presiding officers, and committee chairpersons to demonstrate exemplary leadership, integrity, responsiveness, and administrative capacity. The movement explicitly rejected any notion of excusing underperformance on the grounds of coalition constraints. By the time of the National General Council, the GNU had been in office for nearly 18 months. During this period, the NEC conducted a comprehensive assessment of the performance of the 7th administration, including public perceptions, improvements in service delivery, policy implementation, and the behavior of GNU partners. The assessment was anchored in the GNU Statement of Intent, which aligned with the 3 apex priorities articulated by President Ramaphosa at the opening of Parliament in July 2024. Driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and the cost of living, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. To operationalize these priorities, the Cabinet adopted the medium-term development plan for 2024 to 2029, guided by the outcomes-based approach of the 2024 ANC manifesto. The plan set measurable targets across key sectors. Major policy and fiscal interventions followed, including the adoption of the 2025 National Industrial Policy, the establishment of a 100 billion transformation fund, the expansion of support to spaza shops and small enterprises, the continuation of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, and a significant shift towards infrastructure investment exceeding 1 trillion over 3 years. The 7th administration inherited a stabilized electricity supply from the 6th administration, effectively bringing an end to load shedding. The electricity availability factor rose from below 50% in early 2023 to above 70% by late 2025. Remaining challenges include localized load reduction and the high cost of electricity. Operation Vulindlela produced further progress in transport, logistics, border management, immigration, and municipal infrastructure. Transformative legislation, such as the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act, the National Health Insurance Act, and the Expropriation Act, moved forward despite sustained opposition. Parliamentary dynamics became more complex in the absence of an ANC majority. Committee management required new tactics, and the ANC caucus had to learn to build shifting alliances on specific legislative and budgetary issues. The failure to pass the budget in April 2025 provided a critical learning moment. Following intensive negotiations, the November medium-term budget policy statement was passed smoothly, with increased allocations to education, health, infrastructure, public employment, and the social relief of distress grant. These measures marked a decisive break from austerity while stabilizing public debt. By late 2025, several positive macroeconomic signals had emerged. South Africa's removal from the Financial Action Task Force grey list, improving credit ratings, declining interest rates, and easing inflation began to lower the cost of borrowing and living. These trends suggested tentative economic recovery, though they remained fragile. Despite these gains, serious weaknesses within the GNU persisted. The Democratic Alliance repeatedly attacked core transformation policies and South Africa's progressive foreign policy stance, often using the courts, the media, and international networks to undermine government positions. Some parties engaged in conduct that threatened national cohesion and security through inappropriate foreign engagements. Government communication remained fragmented and reactive, allowing manufactured crises and the opposition theatrics to dominate the public narrative. The ANC concluded that time was not in its sight. The GNU will ultimately be judged not on intentions, plans, or statements, but on tangible improvements in the daily lives of the people. Implementation remained the critical test. The ANC therefore reaffirmed that defending democratic gains and advancing the NDR under conditions of political fragmentation dependent on disciplined execution, ethical leadership, and visible service delivery. State of organization, 2022 to 2025. The African National Congress has repeatedly affirmed that it will only succeed in realizing its historic strategic objective of transforming South Africa if it is able to transform itself. This central insight, reaffirmed in the declaration of the 55th National Conference in 2022, underscores that organizational renewal is not separate from social transformation. It is a precondition for it. The ANC's roadmap to 2032 places renewal at the core of the movement's future, calling for the organization to become renewed, responsive, modernized, well-governed, adequately resourced, caring, and effective. The conference directed that all ANC structures must shift their focus decisively towards the people the movement serves and the real challenges they face in their daily lives. The state of the organization must therefore be judged by its ability to carry out this mandate among the masses of the people and through the state. The years between 2022 and 2025 have been marked by a determined, though uneven, effort to respond to this challenge. Following the 55th National Conference, the NEC was mandated to implement a focused 12-month program aimed at restoring public trust and renewing the social contract between the ANC and the people. This program prioritized several national crises that were directly affecting the daily lives of South Africans. The most immediate of this was the electricity crisis. In response to the conference resolutions, the 2023 and 2024 January 8 statements explicitly elevated the ending of load shedding as a national priority. The President declared load shedding a national emergency. Cabinet adopted the Electricity Action Plan and a Minister of Electricity was appointed. By early 2024, South Africa experienced its longest uninterrupted period without load shedding in years. This success marked a significant turning point and allowed the state to shift attention to load reduction, infrastructure maintenance, municipal debt to ESCOM, electricity affordability, and long-term energy security. Local government and service delivery formed another core pillar of renewal. The NEC established the Local Government Intervention Task Team to stabilize failing municipalities and drive a back-to-basics approach to governance. Provincial workshops were conducted with troikas and regional executive committees, and a local government intervention dashboard was developed to monitor 9 critical performance areas. The task team conducted interventions in struggling municipalities such as Mangaung, Machabeng, Maluti-Apofu, Makanda, eThekwini, Buffalo City, and Nelson Mandela Bay. These engagements were supported by regular reporting to the NEC and contributions to the review of the Local Government White Paper and the Division of Revenue Act. In September 2025, the NEC adopted a 6-pillar local government action plan, followed by a national roll call that mobilized nearly 5,000 ANC councillors. The action plan places strong emphasis on community engagement, performance monitoring, and the resolution of chronic service delivery failures. The President delegated oversight of service delivery interventions to the Deputy President, while the ANC established a service delivery war room at Luthuli House, with corresponding structures in provinces and municipalities. Presidential intervention teams were deployed to eThekwini and Johannesburg. Despite these measures, progress across municipalities remained uneven, reflecting deep institutional weaknesses. The ANC also sought to reconnect with communities through the Litsima campaign, which mobilized structures to undertake regular community work, such as clean-ups, pothole repairs, soup kitchens, and environmental projects. Government simultaneously intensified its Izimbizo program to improve direct engagement with communities. With electricity stabilized, the water crisis emerged as the next major national threat. In the 2025 January 8 statement, President Ramaphosa warned that water security posed an even greater danger to the country's social and economic future than electricity. The ANC called for urgent action to strengthen water boards, upgrade aging municipal infrastructure, ring-fence water revenues, and establish financing frameworks to attract private sector participation without surrendering public ownership. The organization also urged intensification of law enforcement against sabotage, tanker corruption, and illegal connections, while calling for accelerated formalization of informal settlements, free basic services to indigent households, and the establishment of comprehensive indigent registers. Climate resilience and early warning systems were also prioritized. Despite these interventions, water insecurity remains one of the most stubborn and unresolved national challenges. Parallel to these governance interventions, the ANC intensified its focus on organizational renewal, particularly at branch level. The branch functionality barometer became the key instrument through which the organization began systematically assessing the condition of its branches, building on work initiated during the previous term. The barometer was first piloted with 144 branches in 2023 and refined through a SNAP survey in the Free State in March 2025. This revealed that many branches lacked basic knowledge of how to develop a branch program of action. This gap informed the development of the ANC activist branch guideline. The full rollout of the barometer began in July 2025 and was expanded nationally in October and November 2025 to include all branches eligible for participation in the National General Council. By the 1st of December 2025, 811 branches had submitted data. While the data set is still provisional, it already provides valuable insight into the health of branch structures. For the first time, the organization obtained a national snapshot of the gender and age profile of branch secretaries and chairpersons. The data show that 58.1% of branch secretaries are male and 41.9% female, indicating persistent gender imbalance. Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and the Northern Cape show relatively stronger female representation, while Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and KwaZulu-Natal exhibit the widest gender gaps. The age profile of branch chairpersons reveal an average age of just over 49 years, with minimal generation variation. This indicates that branch leadership is largely anchored in older age cohorts, with limited representation of younger cadres. Given that South Africa's median age is now 28, this presents a serious challenge for intergenerational renewal within the organization. Geographically, comrades, the majority of responding branches are located in rural villages, followed by township. Suburban and mixed areas are less represented, while informal settlements show the lowest participation. This reflects both the strength of ANC structures in rural areas and continued organizational weaknesses in fast-growing informal urban spaces. Membership trends indicate relative numerical stability in many branches, but youth membership remains significantly lower than adult membership. Qualitative responses reveal that over half of branches believe members disengage because the ANC is not sufficiently responsive to community issues. Factionalism and leadership conflicts were cited by 40% of branches, while poor internal communication and irregular meetings were also identified as major impediments. Only a small minority of branches reported no major retention challenges. Difficulties with access to the membership portal and renewal processes were also widely reported. Most responding branches operate with full branch executive committees rather than temporary task teams, which reflects that they are largely branches in good standing. However, the quality of internal governance is uneven. Minute keeping is weak. Task tracking is inconsistent, and accountability systems are fragile. While meetings are often held, many branches struggle to demonstrate systematic follow-up of decisions. The most critical weakness remains thinness of branch activism and program effectiveness in addressing concrete community issues. Branch subcommittees tend to be heavily concentrated in a limited number of portfolios, particularly political education, organizing, and safety and security. Many branches reported having no functioning subcommittees at all. This limits the organizational depth and functionality required for sustained activism. While nearly 2/3 of branches report having adopted a program of action for 2025, a significant minority have none. Even where programs of actions exist, implementation is uneven and often not aligned to BC portfolios. Detailed analysis of uploaded program of actions is still underway. Member induction and participation in the foundation course remain limited. Most branches have not conducted inductions in the previous 12 months, and enrollment in the foundation course remains low in many areas. This represents a serious bottleneck in improving the political quality of membership. Election readiness at branch level displays partial mobilization ahead of the 2026 local government elections. While most branches indicate they have begun preparations, the activity data show uneven progress across voter registration, door-to-door campaigning, sectoral work, youth engagement, and digital organizing. Youth outreach and ID campaigns remain particularly weak. There is also a risk of over-reporting, quote-unquote, in progress, activity without verifiable evidence. Future assessments will require documentary proof of campaign work. The barometer confirms that branches with consistent community campaigns, regular general meetings, political education programs, and strong working relations with ward councillors perform better electorally. Conversely, comrades, weak branches contribute directly to electoral decline. Insufficient national investment in branch development, induction, and training remains a structural constraint. Negative practices such as gatekeeping and conference-only activation further undermine the standing of the organization. The organizing and membership component of the ANC's work over 2023 to 2025 was shaped by the dual imperative of rebuilding organizational structures and preparing for national and local elections. A major achievement has been the full transition from the old SpaceNet-based membership system to a new modernized digital platform. The new system enhances data integrity, allows members to manage their own profiles and renew subscriptions directly, and significantly reduces manipulation and gatekeeping. Branches now have dedicated portals to manage membership data and generate verified reports for meetings and conferences. All provinces that held conferences in 2025 used the new system successfully. The introduction of the ANC Smart Membership Card in 2024 marked another milestone. The card securely stores member data and is designed to enable future benefits and transactional functionality. By October 2025, the ANC had the ANC had 543,524 members in good standing, while manual reconciliation of payments remains necessary pending full automation. The finalization of the online payment gateway is expected to significantly reduce discrepancies. The period, comrades, also saw the support and stabilization of the League membership systems, including those of the Women's League, Youth League, and Veterans League. Priority system enhancements still underway include biometric verification, conference registration systems, and portals for international branches. Organizational rebuilding required the convening of regional and provincial conferences across most of the country. Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and Gauteng all held multiple successful regional conferences. The Northern Cape additionally held a provincial conference. Northwest and Free State are scheduled to complete their conferences between late 2025 and early 2026. The NEC resolved that KwaZulu-Natal and Western Cape require a more intensive rebuilding process before further conferences can be considered. The Organizing and Membership Department also oversaw the revival and renewal of ANC leagues. All leagues are now in good standing with functional national and provincial structures. The Progressive Youth Alliance, Babani, and your task team up. You are a full organization. Progressive Youth Alliance, in particular, underwent significant rebuilding, including the resolution of leadership disputes in SASCO, preparations for SAUS Congress, and the dissolution of reconstitution of COSAS structures. The department played a central role in election campaigning and mobilization between 2023 and 2025. It coordinated the Siyanqoba campaign, volunteer recruitment and training, NEC deployments to weak provinces, and manifesto review engagements. Massive voter registration drives, including online registration targeting youth, were implemented nationwide. The wall-to-wall campaign in the 2024 elections demonstrated both the organizational reach of the ANC and the persistent weaknesses in volunteer recruitment and coordination. The ANC's commemorative and solidarity work also expanded, including major burials of liberation heroes, international solidarity actions, and national campaigns addressing the spaza shop crisis and gender-based violence. Mass events such as the 112th anniversary celebration in Bombela demonstrated the enduring mobilization capacity of the movement. Quality membership remains a central pillar of renewal. The 55th National Conference prioritized the political quality of membership, mandated political education cells, youth recruitment drives, and the realignment of political schools. The ANC Foundation course and renewed cadre policy seek to ensure that membership is anchored in values, discipline, and service to the people. Members are reminded that joining the ANC is not merely a symbolic act, but a commitment to activism, organizational discipline, non-racialism, non-sexism, and social justice. The state of organization between 2022 and 2025 reflects both the fragility and resilience of the ANC. The movement has demonstrated its capacity to stabilize critical national crises and to initiate meaningful organizational reform. At the same time, the scale of organizational erosion, especially at branch level, confirms that renewal remains an urgent and unfinished task. The future of the ANC as the leader of South Africa's transformation project will depend on whether it can convert these renewal initiatives into a living organizational culture rooted in service to the people, ethical leadership, and disciplined grassroots activism. Dispute resolution mechanisms and managing conflicts. The ANC established dedicated dispute resolution structures at the 55th National Conference, with further refinements at the 55th Conference, including the creation of the National Dispute Resolution Committee and Committee of Appeals, NDRC and NDRCA. While no disputes were handled in 2024 due to the national election campaign, 2025 saw a sharp escalation in disputes linked to regional and provincial conference processes. Through its work with provincial dispute resolution committees, the NDRC identified several systemic, operational, and technical weaknesses undermining organizational stability. A major challenge is the removal of the GPS verification feature from the membership scanner system, which previously confirmed venue compliance and quorum. There are also serious delays in the release of verification reports, with final reports sometimes issued only days before conferences or delayed by months. Branch secretaries do not have direct system access to these reports, heightening disputes and administrative confusion. In addition, membership data inconsistencies persist, with members appearing active in some systems and inactive in others, and unexplained fluctuations in branch numbers, undermining confidence in BBGMs and BGMs. The abuse of the appeal mechanism has increased dramatically. In some regions, nearly half of meetings are contested, leading to the emergence of parallel and competing branch structures. In the Hobusana region, for example, a cycle of repetitive appeals developed, where rerun meetings ordered by the NDRC are repeatedly re-challenged, weakening organizational authority and delaying renewal. The NDRC also faces severe capacity constraints. This contributes to delays and impacts the functioning of the NDRCA, ultimately affecting conference timelines. In 2025, the NDRC processed numerous disputes across Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and Gauteng. While most were finalized, a smaller number remain outstanding. Disputes arising from the Limpopo regional conferences led to the appointment of a second task team led by Comrade Notolo Kivit. After engaging affected structures, the team submitted its report to the officials and the NWC and confirmed the validity of the regional conference processes. The NDRC calls for the restoration or replacement of GPS verification, faster and transparent verification reports, system access for branch secretaries, stabilization of membership data, capping abusive appeals, strengthening NDRC staffing capacity, and better alignment between the NDRC and the NDRCA. Following the incorrect ANC candidate list submitted to the IEC ahead of the 2024 elections, the NEC appointed a task team chaired by Comrade Thembi Majola to investigate the matter. The team completed its work, submitted the report to the NEC, and made corrective recommendations on the process. The Integrity Commission. The Integrity Commission is mandated to uphold ethical conduct within the ANC and safeguard the organization from behavior that brings it into disrepute. Its work reinforces integrity as a core ANC value and strengthens ethical consciousness among leaders and members. In 2025, the Integrity Commission held more than 20 meetings, engaged with 11 comrades, and submitted 5 formal reports to the Secretary General. Amendments to its terms of reference now allow those engaged by the Integrity Commission to comment on draft findings before finalization, strengthening fairness and procedural integrity. The Integrity Commission reports persistent non-compliance with long-standing ANC resolutions, particularly the requirement that cadres accused of corruption must immediately account to the Integrity Commission. Delays and avoidance undermine public trust. The Integrity Commission calls for decisive leadership from ANC officials to enforce compliance and to ensure disciplinary consequences where required. The Integrity Commission stresses the urgent need for a visible, time-bound, and publicly communicated anti-corruption strategy. Failure to act decisively continues to erode moral authority and public confidence. A serious concern is the weak understanding of ethics and integrity among some cadres. The Integrity Commission, therefore, recommend that ethics be mandatory in leadership selection, electoral committee, vetting, and induction programs. Leadership must set the ethical tone through consistent personal conduct. The Commission emphasizes the distinction between disciplinary, legal, and integrity processes. Integrity operates at a higher moral threshold than criminal law. The reliance on innocent until proven guilty as a shield against ethical accountability has damaged the ANC and must be treated as misconduct. Money politics remains one of the most destructive forces in the organization, influencing leadership contests and fundraising. The Integrity Commission therefore warns that blurred lines between state and party finances fuel corruption. And therefore, fundraising rules, transparent processes, firm enforcement, and disciplinary action for violations must be undertaken by the leadership. Factionalism, now rooted more in competition for resources than ideology, is eroding organizational unity. Weak communication has also left the ANC vulnerable to negative media narratives and reputational harm. The 55th National Conference reaffirmed the step-aside resolution, expedited corruption cases, and required public dissociation from serious wrongdoing. Since 2022, several NEC members have stepped aside, resigned, or faced disciplinary processes. Integrity reports are now a standing item at all ANC NEC meetings, and the NEC has reaffirmed the need for lifestyle audits. Further than that, ethics and integrity guide leadership selection. NEC reaffirmed that we need to strengthen ethical fundraising training, a formal ANC code of conduct and ethics be established, accountability be fundamentally strengthened, organizational renewal be urgently accelerated. Political education is affirmed as the foundation of any revolutionary movement, with the ANC emphasizing compulsory political education for all members to strengthen ideological clarity, leadership, and organizational capacity. The Political Education Subcommittee and Department are mandated to ensure comprehensive ideological training aligned with the objectives of the National Democratic Revolution. Over the past 2 years, improved coordination has been achieved among institutions such as OR Tambo School and alliance training bodies. The 55th National Conference directed that the OR Tambo School curriculum be tailored for new members, compulsory induction be enforced for leaders and public representatives, leadership be linked to attendance of political schools, and political education cells be established. To implement these resolutions, 7 strategic priorities were adopted, including compulsory foundation training, leadership development, policy master classes, organizational training, skills training, ideological publications, and international political schools. Central to this work is the compulsory foundation course, developed in 2023-2024 and launched by the President in October 2024. The course consists of 5 modules covering the history of the ANC, its values and ethics, governance, global context, and the role of branches and members. By October 2025, over 125 members, which is 23%, and 36% of branches had participated. Mpumalanga and Gauteng lead the implementation, while Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Western Cape lag significantly due to disputes, organizational weaknesses, and rebuilding processes. National leadership structures, including the NECs of the ANC, ANC Women's League and the Veterans League, as well as caucuses and officials, have largely undergone training. However, the ANC Youth League NEC failed to complete its program due to poor attendance. The OR Tambo School is also delivering policy master classes on key economic and governance themes, with future focus shifting to developmental state and capacity and social policy. Induction programs for elected leadership structures and public representatives have been widely implemented since 2023. Though some provincial caucuses remain outstanding, financial governance training has been conducted for treasurers and secretary training is being developed. Looking ahead, the OR Tambo School plans to significantly scale up leadership and governance training between 2026 and 2032. Institutional strengthening is underway, including the appointment of a new board chaired by Comrade Kgalema Motlanthe and the appointment of Comrade David Makura as the principal. The school is finalizing its long-term strategy and moving toward financial sustainability. The Julius Nyerere Leadership School, a joint initiative of 6 Southern African liberation movements, is expanding ideological governance training. Although financial constraints remain a challenge, a formal partnership exists between this school and the OR Tambo School. The subcommittee has also contributed to national political strategy development and preparation for the National General Council. Overall, political education is being revitalized as a core pillar of organizational renewal. Key recommendations include mandatory foundation course completion by all leaders by 2026 and all members by 2027, advanced leadership training at the OR Tambo School, executive training for those in government, integration of veteran cadre programs, and a full review of the ANC cadre policy ahead of the 56th National Conference. Communications, Battle of Ideas, and ICT. The ANC's midterm review affirms that the Battle of Ideas is a central pillar of the National Democratic Revolution, not a secondary task. Communication is the primary instrument through which the ANC interprets reality, shapes the national narrative, mobilizes the motive forces, and provides ideological leadership. Since the 55th conference, the movement has confronted an intensified ideological crisis marked by the rise of conservative, anti-transformation narratives and operating across mainstream and digital media spaces. The communications environment has fundamentally changed. Digital platforms, algorithm-driven content, misinformation networks, and online influencers now shape public opinion faster than traditional media. Truth competes with virality, and hostile forces exploit social distress, unemployment, energy insecurity, crime, and service delivery failures to frame the ANC as the source of national suffering while erasing apartheid's structural legacy and global economic pressures. This has placed growing strain on the ANC's relationship with the people. Internally, fragmented messaging, undisciplined communication, and competing centers of authority have weakened narrative coherence. The 55th conference directed that the ANC restore message discipline, centralize communication authority, and modernize its communications machinery. In response, the subcommittee prioritized strengthening the Department of Communications, Information, and Publicity as the movement's central communication authority, improved briefing cycles, validation protocols, and coordination between national, provincial, and regional structures have begun to restore coherence. Since conference, key advances including the establishment of provincial and regional communicators forums, a national communications assembly, strengthened war room communication, and expanded digital platforms such as ANC TV and podcasts. Comrades, do you want a break? No. So, Tulanige, you are drowning me. Thank you. Order, please. However, order, comrades. This is your report. Pay attention. However, internal communication systems remain uneven, especially at branch and community level, where misinformation spreads most easily. The review identifies youth as a critical ideological frontline. Youth political engagement is now driven by digital culture rather than formal political structures. Comrades, the ANC's communication during the 2021 local government and 2024 national elections shows improving coherence and multimedia production. Strategic risks remain severe, uneven provincial capacity, weak ANC government communication alignment, limited digital analytics, inconsistent message discipline, resource constraints, shrinking community media platforms, and hostile digital misinformation networks. Overall, the NGC is urged to reaffirm communication as a vital instrument of struggle, elections and by-elections campaigns. Research presented to the 55th ANC National Conference warned of a severe electoral decline, projecting support as low as 33% in 2022 and only 38% by early 2024. The actual 2024 national and provincial elections results confirmed this trajectory, with the ANC losing its outright national majority and majorities in Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. The conference directed the NEC to urgently establish strong election machinery. Comrades, although the campaign followed 4 agreed phases, laying the foundation, engage voters, Maihlome and Siangoba, much of the energy and resources were absorbed by large centralized events that largely mobilized existing supporters rather than persuading undecided voters. The ANC's 2024 manifesto, built around 6 national priorities, was launched in February 2024 and rolled out nationwide. Community engagements revealed deep frustration over slow service delivery, unemployment, load shedding, rising cost of living. The election outcome reflected a sharp crisis of participation, while the voters' roll grew by 2.3 million over a decade. Critical weaknesses in the campaign included denial of declining by election trends, failure to address poor governance, weak accountability of deployees, detachment of leaders from communities. By-election trends since 2021 further reflected instability. From 391 by-elections, the ANC suffered a net loss of 44 wards, mainly to the IFP, EFF, and MKP. Although limited post-2024 recovery is visible in parts of the Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga. Looking ahead to the 2026 local government elections, the ANC has adopted a renewed 4-phase strategy focused on rebuilding structures, deploying full-time coordinators, training over 200,000 volunteers, rebuilding branches, registering 4.5 million first-time voters, and reactivating abstaining supporters. Success depends on 5 key factors: a functional election machine, improved public mood, visible service delivery action, credible candidate selection, and adequate campaign funding. Policy monitoring and evaluation. The Policy Monitoring and Evaluation Subcommittee was established after the 55th National Conference as part of the ANC's broader organizational renewal program. Conference elevated monitoring and evaluation to a strategic priority, mandating the NEC to strengthen planning, coordination, accountability, and evidence-based decision-making across all levels of the organization. The creation of PMER responded directly to long-standing weaknesses in implementation. These developments introduced new political risks and made disciplined monitoring, early warning systems, and policy coherence essential. PMER operates through 2 main work streams: research and policy, and monitoring and evaluation. Since 2023, monitoring and evaluation has conducted extensive election research, including 5 national surveys during the 2024 elections, to track voter attitudes, leadership perceptions. To strengthen future readiness, monitoring and evaluation now tracks by-election performance on a monthly basis and is developing longer-term polling systems. The monitoring and evaluation work streams focuses primarily on service delivery and accountability. Comrades, Gender and Equity Committee. The Gender Equity Subcommittee is mandated to guide gender transformation across the organization and society. Since May 2023, the subcommittee has implemented a wide range of programs aimed at strengthening gender justice and equity. Key activities include an induction workshop to clarify its mandate, the Women in Diplomacy Dialogue, which promoted women's participation and working with COSATU. A major initiative is the Raising a Boy-Child program, launched by President Ramaphosa in November 2023. Other highlights include 30 years of women webinar that was held. Sectoral work, the ANC's character as a national liberation movement is expressed through its deep relationship with mass organizations and community structures, not only through its role in government. Sectoral work is therefore central to restoring the ANC's legitimacy. Sectoral work enabled the ANC to engage directly with organized social groups. A number of activities have been undertaken by this subcommittee. Disability Desk was formed by members with disabilities who identified the need for organized, structured, and representation within the movement. The desk therefore proposes a minimum 7% representation quota across leadership and deployment lists and strengthened political education and advocacy. ANC Awards system serves to recognize excellence, service, and commitment, while flagship awards such as Isitwalandwe, Siaparankwe, and the ANC Achievement Awards remain central to honoring struggle heroes and strong organizational work. Several critical gaps require urgent attention of this work. Comrades, following NEC approval in December 2024, 4 new awards have been proposed. Albertina Sisulu, Frinik Kinwala Award, Walter Sisulu, Long Service Award, Pindandwandwa Ndwandwe Award, Ruth Sikhumutsi Mumpati Award. International relations. Following the 55th National Conference, The ANC elevated international relations to a strategic political priority by assigning full-time leadership to the first Deputy Secretary General as the chair of the International Relations Subcommittee. This shift reflected the growing complexity of global politics and understanding that foreign policy is central to advancing South Africa's national democratic revolution. The NEC adopted a guiding political framework the world will live in today and the ANC's international relations, which now shapes engagements and political education. At the heart of the ANC's international outlook lie the principles of the Freedom Charter: peace, friendship among nations, national sovereignty, and opposition to colonialism and imperialism. These values are expressed through progressive internationalism, grounded in Pan-Africanism. Africa remains the primary focus of the ANC's global engagement. Comrades, the granting of full G20 membership to the African Union in 2023, followed by South Africa's hosting of the G20 presidency in 2025, significantly enhance Africa's voice in global politics. Comrades, there are a number of activities that have been undertaken by our work in international relations. These include consolidating our work among liberation movements and the Liberation Movement Summit, which reaffirmed political solidarity in Southern Africa. ANC Leagues, ANC Veterans League, entered a period of renewal following the collapse of its structures after October 2022. In response, the ANC-NEC appointed a national task team in November 2022 to restore functionality, clarify membership eligibility, and rebuild structures and prepare for new conferences. This process culminated in the successful third national conference of the Veterans League in July 2023 under the theme Renewal of the ANC to Advance the National Democratic Revolution. ANC Women's League. The ANC Women's League, established in 1948, remains a central force in South Africa's liberation history. Rooted in the National Democratic Revolution, the Women's League defines patriarchy as a structural source of inequality. Since 1994, the League has played a decisive role in shaping constitutional protections for gender equality. The 13th ANC Women's League National Conference reaffirmed gender-based violence and femicide as a national crisis requiring urgent attention. The Women's League held a successful national conference. The Youth League, 26th National Congress of the Youth League, was held in July 2023. It marked a historic turning point after nearly a decade of interim leadership. The Congress reasserted the League's mission of advancing economic freedom and a radical policy shift aligned to the NDR. Comrades, the Youth League actively participated in the 2024 elections campaign, securing youth representation in parliament and provincial legislatures. Umkhonto weSizwe, Liberation War veterans, present their first formal progress reports to the ANC National General Council, following the establishment of a unified structure at the East London All-Inclusive Conference. The conference convened under the authority of the ANC and NEC after the disbandment of MKMVA and the MK Council, mandated unity, constitutional alignment, welfare, economic empowerment, heritage preservation, and active participation in ANC renewal. Since its launch MKLWV has registered as a non-profit company, established 10 functional subcommittees, and formed a representative national interim committee. Provincial structures have also been formed. MKLWV will convene a national conference in January and 2026. ANC provinces, Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape remains a key stronghold of the ANC. Through its dominance, is steadily eroding amid declining voter participation. Service delivery challenges, economic hardships, and organizational weaknesses. In the 2024 national and provincial elections, ANC support dropped to 62%, with significant losses in Nelson Mandela Bay and Buffalo City metros, and growing opposition presence in Sarah Parkman district. While the ANC still controls most municipalities, several are hung or are under opposition rule, highlighting rising electoral vulnerability. Organizationally, the province faces a sharp decline in membership, down by over 37% since 2022, linked to demobilization, system failures in the national membership database, and weakening branch activism. Of 710 branches, only 483 are in good standing. Nonetheless, the PEC has stabilized the organization successfully, convened most regional conferences, strengthened unity and improved cooperation with the leagues, Umkhonto weSizwe, Liberation War Veterans, and Sanko. Political education remains uneven, while over 200 branches have begun the ANC Foundation course. The PEC prioritizes mass work through campaigns. Governance in the province shows great performance. Economic growth was recorded in 2025, especially in mining, agriculture, and manufacturing. However, unemployment remains high, poverty persists. Municipal governance has improved in areas such as OR Tambo district, clean audits and grant spending, but severe challenges remain in Nelson Mandela Bay, Buffalo City and Makana, and several rural municipalities. Free State emerged from its 9th provincial conference in January, facing deep organizational divisions, weak branch functionality, declining community confidence, and distressed municipalities. The PEC placed organizational renewal at the center of recovery, prioritizing unity, ethical leadership, and accountable governance. Although the ANC retained a provincial majority in the 2024 elections with 51.8%, support has steadily declined from 2019, signaling reduced hegemony and an urgent need for visible governance improvement. Organizational renewal has focused on restoring collective leadership, stabilizing branches, and strengthening political discipline. The integration of the Premier into the ANC officials resolved tensions between the organization and government. Political education is the strongest renewal pillar. The foundation course has trained over 500 facilitators and 9,168 members, one of the highest outputs nationally. Weekly hybrid training has embedded ANC values, freedom charter, governance, accountability, etc. However, branch functionality remains weak. Of 319 branches with 34,200 verified members, only 2 remain within mandate. Membership systems challenges, gatekeeping, bulk buying remain some of the key challenges that the provinces face. Overall, with NEC support, the Free State is rebuilding capacity and credibility, but renewal must translate into stronger mobilization. Gauteng reflects the most advanced and demanding terrain of the ANC's support base, shaped by rapid urbanization, deep inequality, and economic integration. The traditional working class base is fragmented into a precariat of informal workers, the unemployed and insecure service sector labor, many of whom no longer believe ANC promises on jobs and services. The black middle strata, professionals, entrepreneurs, and public servants have largely shifted away from the ANC, prioritizing clean governance, infrastructure, and economic stability. Capital, both established and emerging, increasingly views the ANC alone as a risk to economic stability. In the 2024 elections, ANC support fell to 34.7%, confirming a historic loss of hegemony and forcing the movement into a competitive coalition environment. The ANC now governs through coalitions in Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane. A provincial task team was appointed in 2025 to rebuild the organization, reconnect with communities, deepen political education, and drive governance performance. Organizationally, Gauteng has functional provincial and regional structures and active sectoral outreach. However, membership remains weak at just over 46,000 in good standing, with only 178 of 529 potential branches fully compliant. The foundation course rollout has trained over 47,000 members and strengthened political education. Comrades, KwaZulu-Natal experienced a severe shift in the balance of forces since the 2021 local government elections, with declining ANC support, weakened organization, and reduced control of key municipalities. The IFP regained rural ground, while the MKP drew emotionally driven support from former ANC voters. The most damaging trend has been a rising absenteeism, particularly among historic ANC supporters who chose not to vote rather than defect. Urban frustration over corruption, unemployment, crime remain some of the challenges. The motive forces, workers, youth, women, rural communities, traditional leaders, and small businesses remain open to remobilization, but demand tangible improvements in services and ethical leadership. Organizationally, comrades, the province entered this period with weak branches, factionalism, collapsed political education, and declining discipline. In February 2025, the NEC intervened by appointing a provincial task team to stabilize the organization, rebuild unity, prepare for local government elections. Political education, branch rebuilding, and membership verification under Operation Ziveze form the backbone of renewal. Key campaigns in 2025 included Asibuyele Ekhaya, the ANC is our home, and the ANC Friday with the communities, and Ukongolose, Ubuyela Kubantu. Limpopo, comrades, is led by the 10th Provincial Executive Committee, elected in June, overseeing 568 wards with ANC branches in every ward. The ANC continues to draw inspiration from the liberation of stalwarts and sustains grassroots mobilization through Litsima campaign. Organizationally, Limpopo remains relatively stable with 520 of 568 branches in good standing and successful completion of all 5 regional conferences in 2025. The province has implemented extensive political programs, including commemorations, community campaigns, and the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter. Since July 2025, the ANC has contested 15 by-elections in Limpopo and retained all wards. A provincial election strategy for the 2026 local government elections has been adopted and rolled out across all regions. Limpopo is one of the best performing provinces of the African National Congress. Comrades, Mpumalanga retains overall political dominance and governs across all municipalities. But this strength is increasingly challenged by declining voter confidence, uneven service delivery, reduced electoral participation, and weakened organizational cohesion in some areas. Although the ANC remains the majority, the 2024 elections revealed sharp drops in support in key municipalities. Critically, this decline was driven less by opposition growth than by rising voter abstention, with 43% of registered voters not participating. The motive forces in Mpumalanga remain historically loyal to the African National Congress. The decline of mining and energy sectors, including the closure of Komati Power Station, has weakened labor organizing capacity. Organizationally, the ANC remains functional in Mpumalanga. The ANC has met consistently since 2022, and key subcommittees of the organization have been meeting. Mpumalanga have shown great determination of comeback and organization in rebuilding the ANC in the province. It can be counted as one of the most promising and efficiently run provinces of the ANC. Northern Cape. The ANC in the Northern Cape remains a strong political and organizational position, characterized by unity, stability, and functional structures. The 10th Provincial Conference, presided by all regional conferences, reflected high levels of organizational cohesion and avoided the divisive conflict seen elsewhere. The conference reaffirmed that rebuilding the movement, reconnecting with the people, and recommitting to revolutionary values are central. The ANC in this province has won even wards that belong to Democratic Alliance in the African National Congress. Of the province's 232 branches, 218, 94%, are in good standing, reflecting high levels of organizational stability. Their membership stands at 54,767. Comrades, Northwest. The Northwest enters the mid-period under pressure from organizational strain, declining voter confidence, and municipal instability. This province of Northwest is one of our surprises in the last elections. They performed very, very, very well in this province. That election reflected vulnerability but resilience of this province. The province retains functional PC, RECs, and branches, though capacity and discipline remain uneven. Bujanala is the strongest region with high mobilization and political education uptake. Ngakat Mudiri Mulema has a large membership base but weak branch performance, while Kenneth Kaunda and Dr. Ruth Mumpati show stronger structural stability. Western Cape operates in the most hostile political terrain in the country. having been out of provincial power since 2009 under continuous democratic alliance governance. ANC support has steadily declined, worsened by the rise of the Patriotic Alliance among colored working class communities and the MK party in former ANC strongholds. In response, the NEC established a provincial task team to strengthen the province of the Western Cape. The Revolutionary Alliance, comrades. The Revolutionary Alliance between the ANC, SACP, COSATU, and SANCO is a unique and historic political formation rooted in the shared vision of the Freedom Charter and the National Democratic Revolution. Established in the early 20th century and strengthened through successive phases of struggle, the alliance has always reflected a non-racial multi-class coalition of the motive forces of social change. While each partner retains organizational independence, the alliance is strategic, not tactical, because it is united by a common ideological program aimed at building a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. Since 1994, the alliance has contested elections jointly under the ANC leadership, developed shared election manifestos, and aligned deployment into the state. The alliance has achieved major democratic and socio-economic gains, including constitutional protections, expanded basic services, infrastructure development, and improved social wage. However, it has also been weakened by the corrupting effects of incumbency, which have fostered corruption, patronage, and factionalism across the movement. These challenges have eroded discipline, unity, and revolutionary values, with the ANC bearing the heaviest political cost. Debate about restructuring the alliance has persisted since 1994, culminating in proposals for reconfiguration to adapt to democratic conditions. Although a joint discussion document emerged in 2019, the issue remained unresolved at the 55th National Conference, which mandated the NEC to conclude the debate with attention to theory and organizational form. While all partners agree the alliance must be renewed and reconfigured, disagreement persists over its future character. The gravest challenge now facing the alliance is the SACP's 2024 decision to contest elections independently. This is viewed by the ANC as a strategic rupture that risks fragmenting the motive forces of the NDR and weakening the democratic movement following the electoral setback in 2024. The ANC has pursued multiple bilateral engagements with SACP, COSATU, and SANCO to avert further divisions. Despite these engagements, the SACP comrades remains committed to independent electoral participation, beginning with by-elections and proceeding to local government elections. Engagements with SANCO reaffirmed its continued commitment to the alliance, the Freedom Charter, and ANC-led electoral campaigns, while also highlighting concerns around local government dysfunction. COSATU engagement stressed that alliance challenges are structural rather than ideological, supported reconfiguration, and agreed on urgent tasks including an alliance economic summit, joint political education, coordinated international work, and strengthened policy coordination. Despite these efforts, bilateral engagements with the SACP in 2024 and 2025 failed to bridge the disagreement over independent contestation. The ANC has since resolved to reassess dual membership to protect its organizational integrity. Planned Alliance Political Council and Alliance Summit meetings were delayed due to scheduling conflicts, but remain necessary. The NEC concludes that despite setbacks, the NDR is not defeated. The Alliance must be urgently convened post-NGC to resolve its crisis, prevent fragmentation and safeguard unity ahead of the 2026 local government elections. But most importantly, the NEC have agreed that post this National General Council, we must mandate the NEC to engage in the decision about the implication of the Communist Party decision. How practically we are going to manage that decision. Because that decision raises a number of challenges, including, in the main, dual membership. So the NEC will have to deal with that particular point, but it will be strengthened now in a discussion in this General Council, in the commissions, about what approach we need to take going forward. Comrades, the National Caucus, ANC Parliamentary Caucus, reviews the work that caucus has actually done. Following the 55th conference, the caucus prioritized transformative legislation, such as the NHI, Bella Act, Expropriation Bill, Public Procurement Bill, Climate Change Bill, and Pension Fund two-pot system. These laws became central to the 2024 election campaign. However, the 2024 electoral setback and the subsequent formation of the GNU fundamentally altered parliamentary dynamics. Comrades, the ANC no longer holds an outright majority in committees or the National Assembly and must now navigate ideological contradictions within the GNU while lobbying opposition parties to pass legislation. Policy contestation intensified as reflected in the delays to the 2025 budget and opposition-led challenges to government programs. The caucus also faces serious internal challenges due to the loss of institutional experience. Only 33% of MPs and 20% of whips were retained after the elections. This weakened the whipparies' political management capacity and exposed gaps in research, debating, skills, and narrative control. The ANC also lost its majority in portfolio committees, forcing it to rely on persuasion rather than numerical dominance. Weak study culture, limited research capacity, and competing demands between parliamentary constituency and organizational oversight work further constrained performance. Despite these constraints, opportunities remain. The ANC retains its significant governing authority within the GNU and a majority in the NCOP. The caucus is shifting from introducing new laws towards strengthening implementation and oversight of existing progressive legislation. Sector specialization partnerships with think tanks and strengthening parliamentary constituency offices are key priorities. The caucus adopted a 5-year and annual plan in January 2025, aligned with the ANC manifesto and NEC Lekgotla priorities. Oversight is driven through study groups, clusters, and systematic monitoring. However, accountability remains uneven, with 346 parliamentary questions outstanding as of October 2025, highlighting ongoing challenges in executive responsiveness. Constituency work has been elevated as a strategic priority. On policy implementation, we're faced with challenges across in terms of social transformation, governance, peace, justice, correctional service, and economic transformation. Achievement include the signing of the Billa Act and so on, which we have mentioned earlier on. Economic transformation. The NEC, the ANC enters the NGC confronting a difficult economic terrain and the realities of governing through GNU. The 55th National Conference mandated the rebuilding of a people-centered economy anchored in industrialization. Politically, post-1994 electoral outcomes where the ANC received 40% of the national vote fundamentally reshaped the balance of forces. Local government, comrades, this followed the emergence of 70 young municipalities, widespread governance failures, financial collapse. The LGI developed a clear program of action which is being implemented. We established a new Department of Arts, Sports, Arts, Culture and Sports Subcommittee. This department had to deal with a central focus work which was about advocacy on the Copyright Amendment Bill. Education and Health Subcommittees oversees 3 closely linked pillars of social transformation. Peace and stability. This committee presents a number of challenges that we are faced with, of which some are being processed as we speak. But the mammoth of task of monitoring the current developments in the country. Archives and Heritage continues to do the most important work of overseeing and maintaining the archives of the African National Congress. Legislature and Governance Subcommittee deals with matters that relate with the legislative and governance, and it convenes also regularly. Social Transformation Committee also deals with matters of the ATC, including some of the campaigns that include gender-based work. Legal and Constitutional Affairs. This year marks 30th anniversary of South Africa's Constitution. This committee, among others, deal with those particular issues and coordinating that important anniversary. Comrades, President and the General Council, that is the report. Thank you.
Amanda. Anamba, Amanda. Yabona ke. Amanda. 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 Anna, Amanda. 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 Okay. Amanda. Amanda. Martha. Aruna. Matemba. Aena. Comrades, you can sing the whole evening as a program. Instead of 7, it's a 9 up. What's it doing now? Amanda. Comrades, kuna difference enkulu phakathi kwe-choir competition ne-NGC. Those are two different events. Asikho choir competition up, sikwi-NGC. So kuna items that are still outstanding that we must attend to. And in reality, kukuba comrade, sizaku ziyathenda irrespective of what time it is. So uba nifuna ukucula kube to 9 kulungile, but sawuyiqhuba iprogram lo kube to 12. Okay. Now kukho lo mntu une-phone up. Khona umuntu one-phone elapha. Andiyicima. Umuntu wale phone makazoyilanda. Nokuthula. Kuba lufolelo nokuthula. Yeyakho. Ye. Yeyakho. Yekatolash. Yeyakho levon tolash. Uphambene nyani nje. Ukuga kakubi. Ulahla ifoni. Hayi ukuga kakubi. Mamelani. Let's now get into the financial report. Nicule kamandi and anibona icapacity yokucula ninayo. Now masiyeke le yokucula icapacity singene ku-financial report. Uba imali eze organization, do you understand them? Must present weke sinibone bani understand. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi awuzuzikhomba apha. Akho mchochweni apha. Akho mchochweni apha kukhomba mna. Hlala phansi. Mamelani comrades. Sibetha i-financial report ngoku. That's what the program says. Okay. Sis Gwen, are you ready? Yes, that's it. Imedia mayikhutshwe ngabantu bayo be-communication. Abantu be-communication mabayikhuphe. Imedia mayiphume.